Chapter 609. The atmosphere was so awkward that Su Qingsang couldn't help but kick Hu Jinyao under the table. She turned to look at Lu Tongjia, her voice much gentler than Hu Jinyao's. "Auntie, ignore him. My cooking is just average. Just make do with it for today." She naturally knew how good Auntie Zhou and Auntie Wang's cooking was. She really couldn't compare with them. Lu Tongjia looked at Su Qingsang and suddenly seemed to understand why her son liked her. She picked up the bowl and ate the rice in it. Her eyes were inexplicably dry. The moment she lowered her head to eat, Su Qingsang glared at Hu Jinyao. Hu Jinyao was still expressionless. He ate as fast as he could and stood up. "I'm full. Eat slowly. You don't have to wash the dishes. Auntie, you will come to clean them tomorrow." "I know. Go sit in the living room for a while. I have a gift for you later." "Really?" A smile finally appeared on Hu Jinyao's face. "I thought my birthday present was this table full of dishes. This is one of the gifts." Su Qingsang had a faint smile on her face. "Don't you like it?" "I like it very much." Hu Jinyao leaned over and kissed Su Qingsang's cheek. "I like my wife's cooking no matter what." He only knew how to coax her. Su Qingsang glared at him. She turned around and found that Lu Tongjia had been looking at them. She suddenly blushed. Hu Jinyao also noticed Lu Tongjia's gaze, but to him, it was as if he didn't see it. After Hu Jinyao left, Lu Tongjia couldn't eat anymore. She still held the bowl in her hand and sat there, but her whole body was very stiff. Su Qingsang looked at her and felt a little sorry for her. Hu Jinyao didn't say it, but his attitude showed everything. He might have thought that Lu Tongjia came to plead for Hu Yifan. But Su Qingsang instinctively believed that was not the case. No matter why Lu Tongjia decided to change her attitude towards Hu Jinyao, Su Qingsang was happy to see it happen. After dinner, Su Qingsang asked Lu Tongjia to go out and sit for a while she cleaned up the dishes. Lu Tongjia wanted to say that she was here to help, but she had never done such things before. She could only stand there and watch Su Qingsang clean up the dishes. "Auntie, you should go out and rest." Hu Jinyao was also outside. If Lu Tongjia was really there to improve their relationship, this would be a good time to talk to her. Lu Tongjia roughly understood what she meant. She got up and walked outside. In the living room, Hu Jinyao was playing games on Su Qingsang's phone. The upgraded version of Candy Crush. When Su Qingsang was free, she would play a game or two to relax. This round was especially difficult. She couldn't pass it even after a long time. It had been stuck there for days. Hu Jinyao was in a good mood today, so he casually checked for her. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Tongjia coming out. Without saying a word, he started the next round. Lu Tongjia couldn't sit still anymore. She looked at Hu Jinyao and couldn't believe that he was playing games while she was sitting there. This was a very disrespectful way of doing things. Jinyao. Where did his etiquette go? Who allowed him to do this in front of his elders? If you want me to stop prosecuting Hu Yifan, you don't have to say anything. Hu Jinyao didn't even raise his head. He didn't even look at Lu Tongjia. Lu Tongjia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She looked at Hu Jinyao and was hurt by his words again. She suddenly understood how Hu Jinyao felt before. Was this how he felt every time she targeted Hu Jinyao? There was another moment of silence. Hu Jinyao passed 2 rounds in a row. Seeing that Lu Tongjia was still there, he put his phone aside. "Did Grandpa or Dad ask you to come? Or did Uncle and Auntie send you here?" Hu Jinyao. What kind of attitude was this? Lu Tongjia almost couldn't help but want to question him. It's been hard on you. You finally remembered that it's your son's birthday for the sake of your nephew. Lu Tongjia was immediately discouraged. Her lips moved, wanting to explain that she didn't remember his birthday because of Hui Yifan. She wanted to explain that she really wanted to celebrate his birthday with him this time. However, looking at Hui Jinyao's mocking expression, she suddenly couldn't say it. If you have nothing else to say, go back. I won't change my mind. Today was his birthday. He only wanted to be with someone he liked, who also liked him, and who was willing to celebrate his birthday sincerely. As for people like Lu Tongjia who had ulterior motives, forget it. Lu Tongjia sat there motionlessly. She suddenly fell into great self-doubt. Her relationship with Hui Jinyao would probably never be repaired, would it? Her indifference for more than 10 years had finally created an irreparable estrangement between her and Hui Jinyao. Lu Tongjia sat still. Hui Jinyao thought that she didn't want to give up. Although he didn't care anymore. He was more or less uncomfortable. In the eyes of Lu Tongjia and Hu Mingguang, his son was not even as good as Hui Yifan's nephews. He was not even as good as Wei Sihai and Wei Siming from his aunt's family. He had clearly seen through it, but Hui Jinyao didn't want to tolerate such a biased attitude anymore. He was about to get up to see Su Qingsang. However, Su Qingsang had already cleaned up the kitchen. She was still holding the cake that Lu Tongjia had just bought. Almost as soon as she came out, she felt that the environment in the living room was not right. She glanced at Hui Jinyao, but Hui Jinyao didn't respond. I'm going to take a shower. Wait a minute. I haven't eaten yet. I just ate. I can't eat anymore. Hui Jinyao was quite rude. Su Qingsang actually couldn't eat anymore. However, this cake was brought by Lu Tongjia. No matter what, it was a gift from her. Then we'll eat later. Let's sit for a while. Hui Jinyao didn't sit down as she wanted. I'm going to take a shower. Hui Jinyao. Su Qingsang saw that he really didn't care about anything and walked into the room. She quickly put down the cake, smiled at Lu Tongjia awkwardly, and quickly followed behind Hui Jinyao. Hui Jinyao. Su Qingsang entered the room and stood in front of Hui Jinyao. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hui Jinyao asked. Your mother is here to celebrate your birthday. Really? I don't think so. I think so. She has a purpose. Can't you see it? I can't see it. It wasn't that she didn't see Lu Tongjia's expression at the dining table just now. If she really had another purpose, she wouldn't have that kind of expression. That's your illusion. Hui Jinyao didn't want to quarrel with Su Qingsang because of other people. Stop. I thought you didn't like her. What are you doing now? Are you speaking up for her? I'm not speaking up for her. I just think that maybe she really came to celebrate your birthday. And? Hui Jinyao raised his eyebrows and looked disapproving. Even if she really came to celebrate my birthday. So what? Su Qingsang felt that she couldn't communicate with him like this. I'm not thinking about anything. I just think that you obviously want to restore your relationship with your parents. Don't be against each other every time. Why can't you give her and yourself a chance? No matter how careless Hui Jinyao said it, she would never forget it. That time when he was sick, he muttered, "Mom." She believed that deep down, he wanted to improve his relationship with Lu Tongjia. Since that was the case, why couldn't he try to trust Lu Tongjia for once? Hui Jinyao took a step back because of Su Qingsang's words. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Qingsang. Qingsang, let me tell you. I'm not you. You can forgive Su Qinghui, but that doesn't mean that I have to forgive my mother. Su Qingsang was speechless. In fact, the last time Su Qinghui went to the Li family and blamed her for nothing, she still couldn't get over it. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. She really didn't have the right to ask Hu Jinyao to forgive Lu Tongjia. I gave her a chance. More than once. Because of the guilt and self-blame in his heart, he had made concessions again and again for so many years. It was the same no matter what it was. However, his concession didn't wake Lu Tongjia up. She was still thinking about Hui Yifan. She didn't really want to celebrate his birthday. In that case, why put on an act? He didn't care how Lu Tongjia treated him. But Lu Tongjia shouldn't have hurt Su Qingsang. He couldn't tolerate it. Because of this, he had a deep grudge against Lu Tongjia and had no intention of improving his relationship with Lu Tongjia. I'm going to take a shower. Su Qingsang stood there and watched Hu Jinyao go into the bathroom. Her lips moved, but in the end, she walked out helplessly. Lu Tongjia was still sitting there. She looked a little dazed and not in the right state of mind. She seemed to be in a trance. Su Qingsang couldn't bear to see her like this. If Lu Tongjia really came for Hu Yifan, she wouldn't have such a look on her face. But Hu Jinyao wouldn't believe that. Auntie. She sat down opposite Lu Tongjia and said, Jinyao went to take a shower. Let's wait for him to finish his bath before we eat the cake. Lu Tongjia finally came to her senses. She glanced at Su Qingsang and shook her head gently. Forget it. I'm going back. Auntie. Su Qingsang cleared her throat and said, aren't you going to wait for Jinyao? He takes a shower very quickly. There's no need. Lu Tongjia wasn't a blind person. Hu Jinyao didn't want to see her. If she stayed, Hu Jinyao wouldn't be nice to her. Auntie. It was the first time Su Qingsang had seen Lu Tongjia like this. In the past, she had always been elegant and noble, even a little arrogant. Lu Tongjia didn't say anything. She glanced at Su Qingsang and finally left. Before she left, her eyes fell on the cake and she was lost in thought for a moment. Speaking of which, she hadn't celebrated a birthday with Hu Jinyao for more than 10 years, and they hadn't had cake together. Lu Tongjia left, and Su Qingsang's mood was inexplicably tight. In fact, what Lu Tongjia did was indeed infuriating. But seeing her like this, Su Qingsang couldn't feel happy. She felt sorry for Lu Tongjia, probably because of the huge contrast between her and Lu Tongjia. When she returned to the room, Hu Jinyao had already taken a shower. Auntie left. Okay. Hu Jinyao didn't care. Su Qingsang stood behind him and looked at his hair, which was still dripping with water. Hu Jinyao. I can see that Auntie really wants to celebrate your birthday with you. Really? Hu Jinyao picked up a towel and casually wiped his hair. So what? He had already given up on Lu Tongjia. He didn't have any hope for her. If she really came to celebrate his birthday with him, why would she leave so easily? To put it bluntly, Su Qingsang was too naive and trusting. If you don't mention her, I'll feel happier today. Su Qingsang was silent. She watched Hu Jinyao dry his hair, then walked to her and stood still. Okay, my dear wife. Now I'm going to enjoy my birthday present. Birthday present. You don't think that you can satisfy me just by cooking a table of dishes for me, do you? What else? Of course you're going to wrap yourself up and give it to me. As Hu Jinyao spoke, he picked Su Qingsang up. Su Qingsang instinctively put her arms around his neck. Wait a minute. I have a present for you. There's no hurry to be polite. I want to eat you more now. Hu Jinyao put Su Qingsang's body on the bed. She suddenly blocked his lips when he was about to kiss her. Wife. Today was his birthday. Didn't she want to satisfy him? I think I just left. He came back to Lin City, so he should know something. And then? In other words, I'm not pregnant. Isn't that good? Give me another chance. Su Qingsang put her arms around his neck. Can we do it again? Hua Jinyao stopped for a moment. His expression was half helpless and half conflicted. Do you want a child that much? Yes. You're an obstetrician and gynecologist. You should know that pregnancy is very hard. Yes. You should also know that giving birth will be very painful. It's said that it's level 10 pain. I know. Whether it's a cesarean section or a natural birth, the woman is the one who suffers. That's right. Even so, you still want a child. Yes. Su Qingsang put her arms around his neck and looked at him intently. I just want a child. Will you give it to me? Hua Jinyao supported his body with one hand and looked at Su Qingsang, who was so stubborn. He felt a little helpless. Today is my birthday. I'm willing to try again. Okay. Su Qingsang was confident. If there was one, there would be two, and if there was two, there would be three. Sooner or later, she would make Hua Jinyao completely change his mind and agree to have a child. The next day was the day of the trial. When Hua Jinyao got up, Su Qingsang was still sleeping. She was exhausted yesterday. In order to get pregnant, she had worked hard. Hua Jinyao looked at her sleeping face and couldn't help but laugh. He leaned over and kissed Su Qingsang on the forehead. Su Qingsang slept soundly and wasn't affected by him at all. Hua Jinyao got up and tidied himself up as quickly as possible. Looking at himself in the mirror in a suit, the corners of his lips curled up. Hui Yifan, Su Peijian, this time, neither of them would be able to escape. When he left, Hua Jinyao saw the cake that was still on the coffee table. His footsteps stopped for a moment. He was about to leave, but he opened the cake box again. It was a beautiful cake with a small house on it. There was a small card on the house. Happy birthday was written on it. Hua Jinyao stared at the 4 words for a long time. He rubbed his forehead and finally covered the cake again. When he went out, he took it out and threw it into the trash can in the corridor. It wasn't a sincere blessing, so he didn't want it. When Hua Jinyao arrived at the courthouse, almost all the Hua family members were there. Old Master Hua, Hua Mingguang, Lu Tongjia, Hua Mingliang, Nian Chunya, Hua Mingmei, Wei Nantian, and their respective children were all there. Hua Jinyao was the last one to arrive. Yang Wenchang and Zhang Yang were behind him. When they saw him come in, the other members of the Hua family didn't look happy. Especially Hua Mingliang and Nian Chunya. They looked at Hua Jinyao with daggers in their eyes. Hua Jinyao didn't care at all. He did it on purpose. The trial wasn't public. All the people who could attend the trial were related to the case. Not long after Hua Jinyao sat down, Xiang Kaiping also came. Seeing Xiang Kaiping, Hua Jinyao restrained his expression. He nodded slightly at her as a greeting. Xiang Kaiping looked at him and her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She sat down in the back seat. Hua Jinyao only glanced in that direction and quickly looked away. The trial soon began. When Hui Yifan was brought out, his expression was very ugly, and he looked very haggard. A genius like him had always been high and mighty. One day, he was suddenly imprisoned. Naturally, he couldn't bear it. Su Peijian was as haggard and ugly as he was. Su Peijian had never been bullied like this since she was a child. There were faint dark shadows under her eyes, and her whole person exuded a gloomy aura. She was completely different from the arrogant and domineering person she had when they first met. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Peijian and felt as if her heart was being squeezed by someone. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. No matter how wrong and unreasonable Su Peijian had been before, she was still her own child. She subconsciously looked in Hua Jinyao's direction, but found that he wasn't paying attention to her at all. Xiang Caiping's face darkened again. The trial continued. First, the plaintiff's lawyer filed a complaint, then the defendant's lawyer. In order to get Hui Yifan off the hook, the Hua family found him a lawyer who was quite famous in the industry. The lawyers on both sides went back and forth, each presenting their evidence. The atmosphere was very intense. Everyone was very nervous. Only Hua Jinyao was very calm. He didn't want to come at first. He just wanted to witness Hui Yifan's final downfall. An hour and a half later, after a round of rest, the judge finally announced the final result. Hui Yifan is found guilty of stealing trade secrets and is sentenced to a fine of 5 million yuan. 6 years and 6 months in prison. Su Peijian is found guilty of stealing trade secrets and is sentenced to a fine of 3 million yuan. 5 years in prison. I'm not convinced. I want to appeal. I want to appeal, I want to appeal. Hui Yifan shouted, but his clamor was immediately stopped by the court police. He had no choice but to stare in Hua Jinyao's direction when he was about to be escorted away. Hua Jinyao, I will definitely appeal to the end. Just you wait. Just you wait. Hua Jinyao had already stood up and was about to leave. Because of Hui Yifan's words, he stopped and looked at him. As long as you're happy. Cousin, perform well. I'm still waiting for you to come out soon. Hua Jinyao, you bastard. You set me up. You set all of this up. You bastard. To Hui Yifan, going to prison for 6.5 years was even more painful than killing him. He completely lost his usual demeanor and began to shout. Hua Jinyao ignored him. When he left the door, he couldn't hear Hui Yifan's shouts at all. President Hua. Yang Wenchang approached him before he got into the car and said softly, I saw old Master Hua just now. He didn't look very good. Don't you think so? Hua Jinyao also saw that when old Master Hua heard the verdict, he covered his heart and looked like he was about to collapse. He closed his eyes. Grandpa is still angry. He won't want to see me. With Dad and the others around, nothing should happen to Grandpa. Let's go back to the company first. Something like Hui Yifan's incident actually had a certain impact on Tianyu Group. Even though today's verdict wasn't public, Hui Yifan had been too high-profile previously. The news of the new plan research had spread to everyone. Now, many people were probably waiting to see Tianyu Group make a fool of itself. And Hui Jinyao would never give those people such a chance. After getting into the car, he was about to let Yang Wenchang drive when the door was suddenly opened. Xiang Kaiping stood by the door and looked at Hui Jinyao. Her eyes were full of conflict and her expression was very complicated. Jinyao. Auntie. Xiang Kaiping looked at his nonchalant expression and couldn't bring herself to say the words. However, she thought of her daughter who was sentenced to 5 years in prison. She had to speak again. Jinyao. I know Peijian did something wrong, but she's still young. If she offended you in any way, tell me and I'll teach her a lesson. I also know that she caused your company to suffer losses. How about this? I'll compensate you for your company's losses. Is that okay? Although she didn't have much money on her now, she could sell all the supermarkets under her name. That way, she would have money to give to Hui Jinyao. Auntie, don't be like this. Su Peijian is Su Peijian, and you are you. You don't have to take responsibility for her actions. How is that possible? She's my daughter. At this point, Xiang Kaiping really cried out loud. I gave birth to her and then abandoned her. It's all my fault. That's why she became like this. If I had raised her by my side since she was young, if I had taken good care of her and raised her, I believe she wouldn't be like this now. She sniffed, really sad and blaming herself. It's all my fault. I'm willing to take responsibility for her, as long as you don't let her go to prison. She's only 26 years old this year. If she goes to prison for a few years, won't she be ruined? Hua Jinyao sat in the car and didn't move. Xiang Kaiping didn't cry, but this was even more unbearable than crying out loud. Chapter 610. Xiang Kaiping had nowhere else to go. This was the only and best solution she could think of at the moment. Hua Jinyao sat in the car seat with his hands folded in front of him. He leaned over, took out a bottle of juice from the small refrigerator in the car, and handed it to Xiang Kaiping. Auntie, drink some juice first and calm down. Xiang Kaiping didn't take the bottle of juice. She couldn't calm down at all. Jinyao. Jinyao, I'm begging you, okay? Really? I swear. I will definitely take her and go far away. Okay. I'm sorry, Auntie. Hua Jinyao's voice was slightly cold. He looked at Xiang Kaiping with a gentle expression, but his eyes were unusually firm. I can't agree to your request. Jinyao. Xiang Kaiping stood there in a daze. She stared at him blankly. Su Peijian did something to hurt Qingsang. You know that Qingsang is my bottom line. I won't allow anyone to hurt her. He looked at Xiang Kaiping, who was already stunned, and put the bottle of juice in her hand. Auntie. Su Peijian needs to be taught a good lesson and reflect on herself. I won't agree to your request. Also, even after 5 years, if she comes back and still wants to go against Qingsang, then I won't be polite at all. Xiang Kaiping stood there, holding the bottle of juice in her hand. Her face was very pale, and she looked very depressed. Hua Jinyao glanced at her and sighed in his heart. Auntie, other than this matter, if you need any help, you can come to me or Qingsang. Xiang Kaiping didn't seem to hear him. If Hua Jinyao refused to help, Su Peijian would definitely go to jail. This was a huge blow to her. Hua Jinyao didn't say much and gestured for Yang Wenchang to drive. They were about to reach the company when Hua Jinyao's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Tongjia. Hua Jinyao looked at the number but still picked it up. After hearing the voice coming from the other end, his expression suddenly became much more serious. Go to the hospital. Old Master Hua was too emotional just now. After Hua Jinyao left, he really fainted. At that moment, the rest of the Hua family had already sent Old Master Hua to the hospital. Hua Jinyao rushed to the hospital. The doctors were still trying to save Old Master Hua. All the members of the Hua family were standing in the corridor. Just now, the group of people in the court couldn't do anything to Hua Jinyao. Now that he was here, they all stared at him with dissatisfaction. Seeing him coming, Hua Mingguang, who was standing outside, strode over. He raised his hand at Hua Jinyao and wanted to slap him. Hua Jinyao raised his hand and stopped Hua Mingguang. Hua Mingguang missed. His face was a little pale, and he glared at Hua Jinyao. Now that your wings have hardened, you can do whatever you want, right? You don't need to care about your family anymore, do you? Hua Jinyao did not speak. His hand was still holding Hua Mingguang's hand. Hua Mingguang glared at him as if he wanted to burn a hole in his face. Your grandfather is so angry that he fainted. He's still being resuscitated. He didn't know what was going on. Are you satisfied now that things have come to this? After all, they were in the hospital. Hua Mingguang's voice was very soft and a little suppressed. Hua Jinyao frowned. He let go of his hand with some force, and Hua Mingguang's hand was thrown away by him. Hua Mingguang's expression was ugly, but Hua Jinyao was not afraid at all. He took a step forward. He was tall, and he was half a head taller than Hua Mingguang. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and at that moment, his aura was fully released. Even Hua Mingguang could only retract his hand in embarrassment. Dad, you seem to have made a mistake. I'm not the one who did the wrong thing from the beginning to the end. It's Hui Yifan. If he didn't betray me first, if he didn't steal my plan first, then he wouldn't have to face all of this today. Then he won't have to face all of this today, and Grandpa will naturally be fine. If I was the one who betrayed you today, and the one who stole the plan was me, I believe that Hui Yifan won't be much soft-hearted than me. I'm afraid that his methods will be even more ruthless. Instead of looking for someone else's reason, you're blaming me. Isn't that ridiculous? Hua Jinyao's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to be heard by every member of the Hua family in the corridor. Especially when he glanced at Hua Mingliang's family, his gaze was very sharp. He didn't need to say anything more, but everyone could understand what he meant. Nian Chunya moved her toes and was about to walk in Hua Jinyao's direction. However, Lu Tongjia seemed to coincidentally block in front of her at this moment. Nian Chunya was of low birth. Whether it was in terms of education or knowledge, she couldn't compare to Lu Tongjia. In front of her, she inexplicably lost some of her imposing manner. Lu Tongjia's gaze swept across the faces of the others present indifferently. As Hua Mingguang's wife and the current madam of the Hua family, the others almost instantly understood what she meant from her attitude. Hua Jinyao noticed Lu Tongjia's movements. His furrowed brows didn't relax, and he gave her a meaningful look. Hua Mingguang was very filial. Now that his father was hospitalized because of Hua Jinyao, he was full of anger. However, in the face of Hua Jinyao's repeated questioning, Hua Mingguang's anger just now was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't vent it no matter how hard he tried. Hua Jinyao ignored him and looked in the direction of the emergency room. Old Master Hua was still in the emergency room, and his feelings were very complicated. He didn't think he was wrong, but Old Master Hua had been the person who treated him the best in the entire Hua family since he was a child. He really didn't want anything to happen to Old Master Hua. Half an hour later, the doctor came out from inside and looked at the group of people surrounding the room. Everyone knew the status of the Hua family in Rong City. The leading doctor walked in front of the Hua family. Old Master Hua had a slight stroke. Fortunately, the rescue was done in time, and he's fine now. However, Old Master Hua is old, and his various indicators are a little high. If possible, it's better not to stimulate him. The other Hua family members all looked at Hua Jinyao with obvious criticism in their eyes. Hua Jinyao acted as if he didn't see it. Old Master Hua entered the VIP ward. The others immediately followed, wanting to put on a good performance before Old Master Hua woke up. Only Hua Jinyao walked at the back. Lu Tongjia also walked at the back. She was a step slower than Hua Jinyao. Seeing that the ward was just around the corner, she suddenly called out to Hua Jinyao. Hua Jinyao stopped and looked at Lu Tongjia silently. Jinyao, come here. As she spoke, she took the lead and walked to the end of the corridor. Hua Jinyao didn't move for a few seconds. After pausing for a while, he walked forward and followed behind Lu Tongjia. There was a window at the end of the corridor, facing the lawn outside the hospital. The weather was good today. The sun shone on the lawn, and patients were moving around in groups of 2s and 3s, accompanied by their families. Lu Tongjia turned around and looked at Hua Jinyao. She had almost deliberately neglected the fact that her son had already grown so big. He was now 31 years old, from 12 years old. More than 10 years seemed like a blink of an eye, but it also seemed like a long time. She remembered her broken heart when she lost her beloved daughter and eldest son. She also remembered her anger when she blamed Hu Jinyao for everything because of the unquenchable hatred in her heart. Lu Tongjia's feelings were very complicated. She looked at Hu Jinyao blankly and didn't speak for a long time. Hu Jinyao stood there without moving. If it weren't for Lu Tongjia's action just now, he wouldn't have followed her. Seeing that she didn't speak, he frowned slightly. "Mom, what's the matter?" Lu Tongjia came back to her senses. Seeing Hu Jinyao's face, she felt sad again. However, she knew that she couldn't let him go in such a situation again. "Since your grandfather's life is not in danger, you don't have to worry about what happens next. You can do whatever you want." Hu Jinyao was stunned. For a moment, he thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Lu Tongjia couldn't help but continue. Hui Yifan did some things wrong. He was the one who brought this upon himself. 6.5 years isn't too long. It's good to let him reflect on himself in there. These words really didn't sound like something Lu Tongjia would say. Hu Jinyao stood there and looked at her with a probing gaze, as if he wanted to know her real intentions. Lu Tongjia finished what she wanted to say, so it wasn't so difficult for her to say the next words. "Jinyao, from now on, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore." Lu Tongjia was rarely gentle. Hu Jinyao's expression didn't change. He just looked at Lu Tongjia. She felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Hu Jinyao was her son. However, she always felt a sense of guilt. "It's okay. Go see your grandfather." It was really difficult to apologize. She wanted to ease the relationship, but she didn't know where to start. Hu Jinyao looked at Lu Tongjia deeply. He had a rough idea of what she didn't say. He was a little surprised, but he wouldn't believe that Lu Tongjia had really changed. He would see as he walked. When Hu Jinyao entered the ward, the 3 siblings of the Hu family, as well as the grandchildren of the 3rd generation, were all waiting in the ward. Fortunately, it was a VIP ward. Otherwise, it would have been crowded with so many people. Seeing Hu Jinyao come in, Nian Chunya looked a little upset. She wanted to say something, but she held back. Not long after, Su Qingsang also came. She was in the clinic and immediately came after hearing that old Master Hua was in the hospital. After entering the door, she looked at Hu Jinyao with a little worry. She had heard about old Master Hua's condition from her colleagues. It was serious, but not serious. All of this depended on the care and old Master Hua's own health. Hu Jinyao gave her a look. The two of them looked at each other, and they both understood what he meant. A group of people stayed in the ward, and no one wanted to leave first. Old Master Hua didn't stay in a coma for long. He woke up soon. He didn't respond to the chattering of the people in the ward. After looking around, he waved his hand. "Get out." Old Master Hua's voice was a little hoarse. However, it was quite firm. Everyone looked at Hu Jinyao, especially Hui Yang and the others. Their eyes were full of schadenfreude. Hu Jinyao stood still. Su Qingsang looked at him with a little worry. "Get out." Old Master Hua said again. Hu Jinyao's eyes were half closed. The thoughts in his eyes were hidden so others couldn't see through him. He lifted his feet and was about to walk out when old Master Hua spoke again. "All of you, get out. Jinyao, stay." This time, Hui Yang's face was a little sullen. The others were even more so. However, it was only for a moment. Based on the current situation, old Master Hua was definitely going to teach Hu Jinyao a lesson. Thinking of this, the others all filed out and left. Su Qingsang stood still. She wanted to stay, but she could only look at Hu Jinyao worriedly and leave. This was a VIP ward, so the soundproofing was very good. The group of people left the ward and couldn't hear the sound inside anymore. After coming out, Su Qingsang stood in front of Lu Tongjia. She found that there was some worry in Lu Tongjia's eyes. She was a little surprised, but when she thought of Lu Tongjia's action of giving Hu Jinyao a birthday cake yesterday, she felt that she could guess what Lu Tongjia was thinking. If Lu Tongjia really wanted to improve her relationship with Hu Jinyao, it would be really great. While she was still thinking about it, Hu Jinyao had already come out of the ward. As soon as he came out, the rest of the whole family wanted to go into the ward. Grandpa said that he's tired and needs to rest. There are doctors and nurses here, so you can go back first. What makes you say that? Hu Jinyao, why is old master in the hospital because of you? What are you doing now? Nian Chunya was angry. As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Mingmei also spoke. Yes. Jinyao, it's my father who is sleeping in there. What? Are you still thinking of using the emperor to order the nobles? Grandpa is really tired. He needs to rest. You can go. Hu Jinyao blocked the door of the ward. Hu Mingmei was furious. She turned to look at Hu Mingguang and said, "Brother, look, look." Hu Mingguang glanced at Hu Jinyao and said, "Your grandfather won't even let me in, will he? Get out of the way. I'll go in and have a look." Hu Jinyao glanced at him and moved a little to the side. "Just go in alone. Brother, go in quickly and tell Dad that I want to go in to see him." "Yes, me too." Hu Mingliang and Hu Mingmei rushed to speak. Hu Mingguang rarely showed some impatience. He glanced at them and went into the ward. However, Hu Mingguang didn't stay for long and soon came out. After coming out, he first glanced at Hu Jinyao with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. "You can all go. Dad said that he's tired. He needs to rest." Since Hu Mingguang said so, the others couldn't stay even if they wanted to. However, Hu Mingmei wasn't willing to give up. "Humph, Dad was angry because of you. Hu Jinyao, you're really a good descendant of our Hu family." "That's right. If it weren't for you, how could old Master Hua have encountered this?" Hu Jinyao stood there and didn't seem to hear their criticism. However, Hu Mingguang's face was a little gloomy. "Have you said enough? If you have, you can all leave. Let Dad rest." Since the boss had spoken, the others had no choice but to leave. Soon, the corridor was empty. Su Qingsang glanced at Hu Jinyao. "Is Grandpa really sleeping?" "Yes." Old Master Hua was old. After being tossed around all morning and almost suffering a stroke, he was indeed not in good spirits. "Jinyao, don't worry. I've asked Dr. Huang. Grandpa will be fine." Dr. Huang was the doctor who had just diagnosed old Master Hua. Since he said that old Master Hua was fine, then he should be fine. Hu Jinyao glanced at her and reached out to hold her in his arms. His chin rested on the top of her head, but he didn't say anything. He thought about how old Master Hua was clearly in poor spirits just now, but he still insisted on finishing what he wanted to say. "Jinyao, you've really grown up now. You have an idea. I was indeed very angry, but now that I think about it, I don't think I should be angry." He cared about the whole family's reputation, but he forgot to consider the big picture. With Hui Yifan's personality, if he didn't teach him a lesson, he was afraid that he would cause more trouble in the future. "You're capable now. After so many years, you've also gained experience. I was a little worried about you at first, but now that I think about it, it seems that there's nothing to worry about." Old Master Hua let out a long sigh. "This time, I didn't think it through. In the future, let Hui Yifan and the others do whatever they want to do. Jinyao. Old Master Hua looked at Hui Jinyao. He was the heir that he had trained. He would also be the future heir of the Hua family. I'll ask Lawyer Chin to come later. I've decided to make a will first. Grandpa, don't say that. Hui Jinyao had thought that Old Master Hua had asked him to stay to criticize him. He had even prepared how to refute it. But now, Old Master Hua's words made him completely at a loss. You'll live to 100 years old. What will you make? I don't need it. I'm old. After what happened today, I've also accepted it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I don't want to worry about it anymore. Grandpa, all right. Go out. I want to rest for a while. For Hui Jinyao, he really didn't want to help Hui Yifan reduce his crime. He had even thought that this would result in a long-term confrontation with the Hua family. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. First, Lu Tongjia had expressed her stance, and then Old Master Hua had expressed his stance. With their statements, even if Hu Mingguang and the others had any objections, there was nothing they could do. After all, the most powerful person in the Hua family now was Old Master Hua. With his support, even if others wanted to do anything, they would have to worry about Old Master Hua. There was no need to tell Su Qingsang all this. She only needed to know that he was fine. No matter what, the problem had been solved. No, it wasn't completely solved. Hui Jinyao's eyes were as sharp as ever when he thought of the two people who still wanted to appeal. As expected, Hui Yifan and Su Peijian filed another appeal the next day. The two of them appealed from the municipal court to the provincial court. Hui Jinyao knew that they wouldn't give up so easily, so he let them do as they pleased. In the end, the second trial upheld the original verdict. Hui Yifan and Su Peijian would still have to spend the next few years in prison. After the second trial ended, another half a month passed. Rome City was getting hotter and hotter. Hui Jinyao looked at Qi Shiwei, who had a big belly. After not seeing her for nearly a month, her belly seemed to have grown a little bigger. Not only was her belly bigger, but her face was also much paler. Thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have made Hui Yifan pay so easily. He could have used other methods to send Hui Yifan to prison, but because of Qi Shiwei's help, this was the fastest and easiest way. Jinyao, we're classmates and good friends. You don't have to be so polite. I'm not being polite. I just think it's what I should do. As Hui Jinyao spoke, he looked at Qi Shiwei with concern. Why do I feel that your complexion is worse than last time? Did you go for a checkup? It's okay. Pregnant people are all like this. Qi Shiwei smiled, but her face was too pale. That smile looked rather weak. Really? Hui Jinyao didn't believe her. He thought of Su Qingsang, who always wanted a child. However, if Su Qingsang was like this when she was pregnant, he really didn't want Su Qingsang to get pregnant. Of course. Don't worry. I know my body. It's really fine. Although Qi Shiwei said that, Hui Jinyao planned to ask someone to come here to check on her next time if she refused to go out. Perhaps he could go back and tell Su Qingsang. Hui Jinyao left Qi Shiwei's villa and got into the car. Only then did he remember that he had bought a thank you gift for Qi Shiwei before he came. It was to thank her for her help this time. He got out of the car with the gift he had bought and planned to leave after giving it to Qi Shiwei. However, before he could reach the villa where Qi Shiwei lived, he saw a man walking towards Qi Shiwei's house. The man didn't seem to notice Hui Jinyao behind him. Hui Jinyao had just left, and the door was ajar. The auntie who took care of Qi Shiwei had just gone out to buy groceries and hadn't returned yet. The door wasn't closed, and the man walked in directly. Hu Jinyao watched as the man walked in on his own and followed behind him without thinking. "I've finally found you." The man's words made Hu Jinyao stop in his tracks. Soon, he heard Qi Shiwei's voice. "What are you doing here? Get lost." Qi Shiwei's voice sounded a notch higher than usual, as if she was very excited. Soon, he heard the man's voice. "You're still pregnant with my child. Why do you think I'm here? This child is mine. I don't want to see you. Get out. The child is yours." "Ha, ridiculous. Without me, how could you have a child?" The man's voice sounded arrogant and smug. Qi Shiwei's voice became more and more excited. "I don't want to see you. Get lost. It's easy for you to tell me to get lost. Give birth to the child in your stomach and give it to me. I'll naturally leave. Dream on. I won't give the child to you." Before Hu Jinyao could leave because of this conversation, he heard Qi Shiwei cry out in a low voice. He couldn't care less about anything else and quickly rushed into the house. The man from earlier was standing less than 2 meters away from the door. Qi Shiwei was originally sitting, but now, her face was pale and she was holding her stomach with one hand. "What kind of show are you putting on now?" The man stood there motionlessly, his voice full of mockery. Hu Jinyao glared at him. At this moment, he couldn't care less about dealing with him. He walked to Qi Shiwei in a few steps. "Shiwei, are you okay?" I. Qi Shiwei said a few words, and her face turned even paler. "Shiwei. How are you?" Chapter 611. What? Qi Shiwei grabbed Hu Jinyao's arm tightly. Her face was already covered in sweat. "I'm going to give birth." "What should I do?" "I'm going to give birth." Hu Jinyao glanced at her. There was already blood flowing out from under her. He was shocked and quickly picked her up. "Don't worry. I'll take you to the hospital now." Qi Shiwei's expression was very ugly. Her stomach hurt. She had no strength left and could only let Hu Jinyao carry her. Hu Jinyao carried her and was about to walk out, but the man stood in front of Hu Jinyao. "Are you really going to give birth?" The due date wasn't even up yet, and it was already a month ahead of schedule. Was this woman trying to use this opportunity to escape? "Put her down." The man glared at Qi Shiwei. "Don't even think about abducting my child. Don't even think about it." Qi Shiwei's face was pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. She didn't even look at the man and reached out to grab the front of Hu Jinyao's clothes. "Jinyao, let's go. I don't want to see him." Hu Jinyao ignored the man and was about to walk out. The man stood in front of them and reached out to block their way. "You want to leave? Leave the child behind first." Crazy. How could this person still cause trouble at a time like this? "Get out of the way." The man looked at Qi Shiwei. "I won't let you. Put her down first." "Lian Jin, get lost. I don't want to see you." Qi Shiwei was already exhausted, but when she heard the man's words, she couldn't help but speak up. "You don't want to see me. You want to see him, right? I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to return home." "Why? Are you back to see your old lover? Do you think I'll let you do as you wish? Don't even think about it." The man named Lian Jin stood in front of the two of them and glared at Qi Shiwei. "Come with me. I'll take you to the hospital. I don't want your fake kindness." Qi Shiwei's voice was very weak, but she refused to back down. "Who knows if you'll kill me halfway?" Lian Jin's expression was rather ugly. Qi Shiwei no longer wanted to tangle with him. She grabbed Hu Jinyao tightly. Jinyao, let him go. I don't want to see him. She was about to give birth. Hu Jinyao looked at her and felt anxious. Without thinking, he raised his foot and kicked Lian Jin. Lian Jin didn't expect Hu Jinyao to make a move. He dodged to the side. Hu Jinyao was afraid that he would chase after him again, so he kicked him again. Lian Jin failed to dodge this kick and was kicked by Hu Jinyao. His body fell backwards and hit the coffee table. He was in so much pain that he did not stand up for a moment. Hu Jinyao used this time to quickly run towards the door with Qi Shiwei in his arms. He was very worried and anxious. Lian Jin didn't want to let it go just like that. He quickly propped himself up and ran behind Hu Jinyao to grab his arm. Hu Jinyao hugged Qi Shiwei and almost fell to the ground. Annoyed, he turned around. What do you want? She's my wife. Put her down. Qi Shiwei was in so much pain that she almost couldn't speak. Her stomach was in so much pain that it felt like it was being pulled. Seeing this, Hu Jinyao knew that she couldn't afford to waste any more time. Get out of my way. Can't you see that she's about to give birth? She needs to be sent to the hospital. If I want to send her to the hospital, I will naturally send her. It's not up to an outsider like you to pretend. Lian Jin sneered. Or is it your child in her stomach? This man was full of nonsense, and Hu Jinyao didn't want to put up with him. However, Qi Shiwei's situation was the most important. Are you going to let me or not? You won't let me be impolite anymore. I'd like to see how you plan to be impolite. After saying that, Lian Jin was about to snatch him away. Qi Shiwei was already in great pain, but she definitely didn't want Lian Jin to touch her. She looked at Hu Jinyao and begged, Jinyao, I beg you, don't give me to him. She and Lian Jin were now at odds with each other. She really couldn't trust him. Instead, she thought that Lian Jin would most likely kill her silently. You still say that you don't have an affair with him. Lian Jin's face was full of anger. He took a step forward and was about to attack Qi Shiwei. Hu Jinyao took a big step back. Seeing that Qi Shiwei's breathing had become rapid, he gritted his teeth and turned around to put her on the sofa. Shiwei, wait a moment. He turned to look at Lian Jin. He had wanted him to give up on his own. But now, he could only make a move. On the other side, Qi Shiwei's situation was getting more and more urgent. Hu Jinyao didn't intend to stall for time. What? You want to make a move on me? Hu Jinyao didn't waste time talking to him. He directly punched Lian Jin in the face. Lian Jin moved quickly, but he didn't know that this was Hu Jinyao's feint. He threw a punch at Lian Jin's abdomen, and Lian Jin was forced to take a few steps back. Bastard! He was angry and rushed towards Hu Jinyao to attack. But how could he be Hu Jinyao's match? Hu Jinyao had trained in the army. Other than people like Zhang Yichen who had received special training and couldn't do anything about it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a few more people like Lian Jin. In less than 5 minutes, Hu Jinyao had already beaten Lian Jin to the ground. After dealing with him, he quickly ran outside with Qi Shiwei in his arms and got into his own car. By the time Lian Jin recovered from the pain and chased after him, Hu Jinyao had already left with Qi Shiwei. Qi Shiwei was in the back seat of the car, her entire body completely curled up. She looked like she was in great pain. Her entire body was starting to sweat and her face was pale. Hu Jinyao saw her situation from the rearview mirror and stepped on the accelerator. He could only be glad that this place wasn't too far from the city. He sped all the way and brought Qi Shiwei to the first hospital where Su Qingsang was in the shortest time possible. Su Qingsang happened to have an outpatient clinic today. A woman came because she hadn't gotten pregnant in 5 years of marriage, so she thought that there was something wrong with her. After Su Qingsang finished a full set of examinations for her, she told her that her health was very good and there was nothing wrong with her. You haven't been pregnant. It might be because of you, or it might be because of your husband. If you want to know why you haven't had a child, you still have to ask your husband to come for a checkup. The woman's expression was a little conflicted. She told Su Qingsang hesitantly that her husband had a serious case of male chauvinism. She was afraid that he wouldn't be willing to come for a checkup. Su Qingsang had been in the hospital for a long time and had come into contact with all kinds of patients. She could only tell the other party her opinion. As for what the other party wanted to do, that was up to the other party. It wasn't easy for her to deal with it. Just as she was about to take a break, the office door was pushed open with a bang. Su Qingsang was shocked. She looked up and saw Hua Jinyao standing at the door with a woman in his arms. The woman was pregnant, and there was still blood under her body. Hua Jinyao's body was also stained with the other party's blood. Qingsang, save her. Quick. Su Qingsang looked at the woman in his arms. The other party had already lost consciousness. The current situation didn't give her time to think about the relationship between this woman and Hua Jinyao. Put her down. Su Qingsang performed a preliminary examination on her. Her expression was a little serious. The pregnant woman's condition isn't very good. Her water has broken, but the uterus hasn't opened yet. She's already unconscious. I'm afraid we'll have to perform a cesarean section on her. I believe you. No matter what, you must ensure her safety. Su Qingsang glanced at Hua Jinyao. She didn't expect that one day, Hua Jinyao would make the same mistake as those ordinary family members. He actually made her promise. Su Qingsang called someone over and had someone push Qi Shiwei into the operating theater. She called the operating theater and asked them to quickly make arrangements. She had to prepare for the surgery. After hanging up the phone, she turned to face Hua Jinyao. I'm sorry. I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that I'll try my best. Doctors weren't gods. Qi Shiwei's condition wasn't very good to begin with. She could only do her best and leave it to fate. Hua Jinyao nodded. I believe you. If possible, let her family come over. Hua Jinyao frowned. Her family isn't here. After Qi Shiwei's stepmother was sent to prison by her, Qi Shiwei's father was also removed from his original position as the president. That Lien Jin was obviously a bastard. Hua Jinyao wouldn't call him over. If you need any help, I'll go. Su Qingsang blinked and gestured for Hua Jinyao to pay the fee, sign it, and prepare for the surgery. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, Hua Jinyao hurriedly went to the payment counter. Su Qingsang glanced at his back and went to prepare for the surgery without saying a word. Qi Shiwei's condition was actually very bad, but she couldn't tell Hua Jinyao that. These issues were supposed to be discussed with her immediate family, but Qi Shiwei didn't have any immediate family now. Sun Huiya didn't have any surgery or debate today, so Su Qingsang called her over. This situation isn't very good. Sun Huiya said bluntly, the cervix hasn't opened, and the amniotic fluid has broken for so long. Let's perform the surgery immediately. I hope the child is fine. Su Qingsang wanted to say the same thing just now. After she and Sun Huiya changed into surgical gowns, they entered the operating theater together. Although such a surgery was difficult, Sun Huiya had always advocated giving young people more opportunities to train, so the chief surgeon was still Su Qingsang. Qi Shiwei, who was on the operating table, was already unconscious. Su Qingsang was afraid that she would wake up from the pain later, but she still asked the anesthesiologist to anesthetize her. She picked up the scalpel and gently cut open the first layer of Qi Shiwei's skin. Everything went smoothly and normally. However, when the child was carried out, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The child was very small, and his body was already turning green. His small face turned purplish red. The midwife examined the baby and shook her head at Su Qingsang and Sun Huiya. There are no vital signs anymore. Everyone's hearts were heavy. As an obstetrician and gynecologist, they were used to seeing life and death. However, the situation in front of them was still something they didn't want to face, but they had no choice. Give it a try and see if you can save her. Su Qingsang glanced at the midwife and gestured for her to try harder. She continued to move her hands. The midwife tried her best, but soon, she shook her head at everyone. Sun Huiya looked at the child and then at Su Qingsang. Her expression was calm. She had already guessed this outcome. When she was examining Qi Shiwei just now, she didn't hear the baby move. Now, it was only to confirm her guess. Qi Shiwei's health was too poor. It was much more difficult for her to conceive this child than for ordinary pregnant women. The amniotic fluid broke too early, and the uterus didn't open for a long time. The child had been trapped inside for so long, and the chances of survival weren't high. Thinking of what Hu Jinyao had just said, Su Qingsang came back to her senses and looked at Qi Shiwei, who was still unconscious. Continue the surgery. At least we have to save the mother's life. Actually, Qi Shiwei's condition wasn't very good either. However, Su Qingsang and Sun Huiya were willing to do their best to save her. In the following period of time, Su Qingsang and Sun Huiya worked together to save Qi Shiwei, whose life was hanging by a thread. Qi Shiwei's health was very poor, especially her uterus. Her physique wasn't suitable for pregnancy at all. That child was born with a congenital deficiency, and her amniotic fluid broke first today. As a result, it would indeed be very difficult to save the child. Although her life had been saved, it would probably be very difficult for her to have her own child in the future. Su Qingsang and Sun Huiya were both extremely experienced doctors, especially Sun Huiya. When she saw the situation in Qi Shiwei's uterus, she knew that the chances of her getting pregnant again in the future were almost zero. This child is her first, right? It should be. Su Qingsang nodded. Looking at Qi Shiwei's pale face, her brows furrowed. This was her first pregnancy, but now it was like this. It would probably be difficult for her to accept this fact when she woke up, right? Su Qingsang stitched up Qi Shiwei's wound, and someone else took over the rest. She glanced at Qi Shiwei and left the operating theater. Hu Jinyao was still waiting outside. It had been nearly 3 hours since he entered the operating theater. When he saw Su Qingsang come out, he quickly stood up. How is it? How is she? She's fine. Hu Jinyao obviously heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that she's fine. Su Qingsang looked at him and wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Hu Jinyao sensitively noticed that something was wrong. She's fine. What about the child? Su Qingsang didn't say anything. Her expression spoke for itself. Hu Jinyao had a bad feeling. Is her child okay? It should be fine, right? Su Qingsang shook her head gently. I'm sorry, the child wasn't saved. Hu Jinyao suddenly froze there. He thought of how Qi Shiwei cared about this child very much. He also thought of how Qi Shiwei wanted to give birth to this child and start a new life. After she came back, she was clearly very weak, but she risked her weak body to help him again and again. Not to mention the fact that she had saved his life before. He selfishly hoped that Qi Shiwei would be able to give birth to this child safely and smoothly. Seeing that Hu Jinniao had fallen into silence, Su Qingsang took off her mask and said in a low voice. In fact, when you sent it here, it took too long. In addition, it was due to her own physique. In fact, this child wasn't easy to keep. Su Qingsang had already examined the child just now. It wasn't that she had jinxed it. That child was much smaller than a normal child. It was congenitally deficient, and it didn't receive good care and nutrition from its mother. Even if it was born, it would probably be very difficult for it to grow up smoothly. When that time came, it would either be an illness or a disaster. It would be equally uncomfortable for the parents. Hu Jinniao knew that what she said was true. After all, when Qi Shiwei was pregnant, her situation looked different from that of ordinary pregnant women. What about her? How is she? Her life is saved. Su Qingsang wouldn't hide anything in front of him. However, she probably won't have her own child in the future. What did you say? Hu Jinniao finally had a different reaction. He widened his eyes and looked at Su Qingsang. For a moment, he thought he had heard wrong. How could this be? Her health is very poor. It's not just a normal kind of poor. Her womb had once been severely injured, although it had already recovered. Although it has recovered, the injury is still there. She forced herself to get pregnant, which is already increasing the burden on her body. In addition, her uterus wasn't healthy enough for her to safely give birth to this child, and then there was this incident. Based on her situation, the chances of her having another child in the future are almost zero. Hu Jinniao stood there, thinking about Qi Shiwei's reaction when she woke up and found out about the news. He didn't know how to tell her. If you feel that it's difficult, let me tell her. Su Qingsang's words made Hu Jinniao look up at her. He shook his head. Let me tell her. He had already made up his mind, so Su Qingsang didn't intend to ask anymore. However, she asked, is she the female classmate you mentioned last time? Yes. Hu Jinniao was afraid that Su Qingsang would misunderstand, so he explained a little. I met her in the United States. Although we were classmates, we weren't actually in the same class. However, because we were both from Rome City, we were closer. Why do I care so much about her? On one hand, it's because she has no other relatives in Rome City to take care of her. On the other hand, she once saved my life. After briefly explaining what happened that year, Hu Jinniao looked at Su Qingsang very seriously. Qi Shiwei and I are purely friends and classmates. There's no other relationship. Don't think too much about it. Su Qingsang turned her face to look at Hu Jinniao because of his words. His expression was extremely serious, as if he was afraid that she would misunderstand. How do you know what I'm thinking? Don't worry, I'm not that jealous. As long as she didn't misunderstand. Hu Jinniao reached out to hold her hand. I know you won't be so petty, but I still feel that I need to explain it to you. I believe you, okay? Su Qingsang looked at the time. She had an outpatient clinic later. I still have an outpatient clinic. Your classmate will be sent to the ward later. As for her child, her physical condition in the future, you can decide for yourself what to say. If you feel that it's not appropriate to say it, I can explain it to her. Okay. Hu Jinniao looked at her focused and serious face and leaned over to kiss her forehead. Thank you, wife. You've worked hard. He was glib. Su Qingsang glanced at him. Okay. There's no need to say nice words. Hurry up and go see her. She'll probably wake up from the anesthesia in a while. I have an outpatient clinic. I'll come back later. Okay. Su Qingsang was about to leave, but she suddenly stopped again. By the way, you should hire a female nurse to take care of her. You're a man. It's not that convenient. Meeting Hu Jiniao's teasing gaze, Su Qingsang turned her face away in a very casual manner. To say the least, you're a man with a wife. You still have to pay attention to your image. Hu Jiniao suddenly curled the corners of his lips and moved his face closer to Su Qingsang. Jealous? He wasn't jealous just now. Now, he even said to pay attention to his image. What's so funny about me being jealous? If I'm not jealous one day, you'll cry. Her playful voice made Hu Jiniao's gloomy mood much better. Wife, have I ever told you that you look so cute when you're jealous? Su Qingsang rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave without saying anything else. After she left, Hu Jiniao's expression immediately became very serious. 10 minutes later, he appeared in Qi Shiwei's ward. Her face was much uglier than when she had been sent to the hospital. After a cesarean section, a pregnant woman's stomach would not immediately disappear. At that moment, Qi Shiwei gave off the feeling that she was still pregnant. She just lay there. If it weren't for the fact that she was still breathing, Wu Jinyao would have suspected that she had passed away just like that. Qi Shiwei's body was very weak. She slept until night before she woke up. She had just woken up, and her spirit was very poor. Her entire body gave off a weak feeling. Hu Jinyao had already asked Yang Wenchang to send some important business matters over to deal with. Seeing that Qi Shiwei had woken up, he immediately went forward and sat by her bed. Shiwei, how are you? Do you feel okay? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Qi Shiwei blinked her eyes and took a long time to recover. After she recovered, she suddenly looked at Hu Jinyao. Where's my child? Where's my child? How is it? Is it a boy or a girl? After the surgery, her voice was even hoarser than before. Even she herself felt uncomfortable and dry. But now, she couldn't care less about that. She just wanted to know how her child was doing. When she was in the United States, she couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl because the month was too young. After returning to China, the doctor wouldn't tell her the gender of the child. She had always wanted to have a daughter. This would make her feel that the child was no longer in her stomach, so it must have been born. Where's the child? The anticipation in her eyes was too obvious. Hu Jinyao didn't know what to say for a moment. It's a boy. Su Qingsang had come once just now. Hu Jinyao finally had the time to ask if Qi Shiwei's child was a boy or a girl. Thinking of that child, he still felt a lingering fear. That child was so young, but unfortunately, he was no longer around. A boy. Qi Shiwei was a little disappointed, but only for a moment. A boy is good. Where's the child now? Can I see him? Hug him. Shiwei. Your due date isn't today. You should know that, right? Chapter 6:12. Qi Shiwei wanted to see the child. Shiwei, your body is very weak now. Why don't you go after you recover a little? I know my body is very weak. I just want to take a look. Can't I take a look? When Qi Shiwei finished speaking in a hoarse voice, she was about to sit up when Hu Jinyao held her down in time. Shiwei. Wait a moment. Seeing her like this, Hu Jinyao almost didn't know what to say next. What? Hu Jinyao closed his eyes. He felt a little helpless, but he had to say it. Your child was not saved. Qi Shiwei was stunned. She blinked her eyes and didn't know what expression to put on her weak face. She just stared at Hu Jinyao. After saying that, Hu Jinyao couldn't say anything else. He could only look at her. After a few minutes, Qi Shiwei finally found her voice. Jinyao, are you joking? Hu Jinyao's expression was evasive. Not everyone could remain indifferent to the loss of a life. Jinyao, this joke is not funny. With a slight smile on her face, she looked reluctant. Obviously, she did not want to believe Hu Jinyao's words. Hu Jinyao knew that she wouldn't accept it so easily, but he still had to say something. Shiwei, your health isn't very good. This child stopped breathing the moment he was born. My condolences. He wasn't very good at comforting people. His feeble consolation sounded more or less powerless. Don't talk nonsense. Qi Shiwei didn't accept this result. Impossible. This was impossible. I clearly felt him moving in my stomach yesterday. He's fine, he's clearly fine. She became excited. Hu Jinyao's face was full of helplessness. Shiwei. Calm down. I don't believe it. My child. I want my child. I don't believe he's dead. You lied to me, you must have lied to me. Qi Shiwei sat up and reached out to pull out the needle in her hand. Hu Jinyao quickly stopped her. He held her hand down to keep her from moving. Shiwei, calm down. Your child is gone. Gone. Calm down, don't let him feel uneasy. Nonsense, you're lying to me. I don't believe it. I don't believe a word of it. Go away. Qi Shiwei struggled and insisted on pulling out the needle. She was determined to see her child. She had just given birth, so she shouldn't be very strong. However, now that she was stubborn, and Hu Jinyao was afraid of accidentally hurting her, he couldn't hold her down for a moment. Shiwei, calm down. Get out of my way, get out of my way. I'm going to see my baby. I'm going to see her. Qi Shiwei didn't want to listen to Hu Jinyao at all. She insisted on pulling out her needle. When Su Qingsang opened the door, she saw the scene in front of her. Qi Shiwei seemed to be about to get up, but Hu Jinyao pressed her down. From her point of view, the two of them seemed to be hugging each other. Shiwei, calm down. Go away, I hate you, you lied to me. My baby's fine. Where did he die? You lied to me. Go away. Su Qingsang listened to the conversation between the two of them. What else did she not understand? She frowned slightly and was about to go forward. Qi Shiwei's body was already weak, and her emotions were fluctuating so much. Before Su Qingsang could go forward to help Hu Jinyao calm her down, she had already fainted. Shiwei. Shiwei. Excuse me, let me take a look at her. Seeing Su Qingsang enter the door, Hu Jinyao moved his body to the side. Qingsang, you're here. Quick, look at her. She fainted. I know. Su Qingsang went forward to examine Qi Shiwei. A few minutes later, she looked at Hu Jinyao with a solemn expression. Her health wasn't good to begin with, and her previous pregnancy consumed too much of her vitality. Although the wound hasn't split open, her qi and blood are insufficient, and her health is very poor. If possible, try not to let her be stimulated again. Hu Jinyao looked at Su Qingsang. At this moment, she was completely a professional doctor. He knew that what she said made sense, but the problem was that some things were out of his control. She became like this when she heard that the child was gone. Hu Jinyao's voice was very low. Whether it was because of their friendship as classmates or because she had saved his life before, he didn't want Qi Shiwei to become like this. Su Qingsang looked at Qi Shiwei on the hospital bed and said softly, "Give her some time. I believe she'll slowly accept it." Su Qingsang had been in the hospital for a long time, and she had seen many such situations. Hu Jinyao was silent. He was only worried that Qi Shiwei wouldn't be able to accept it in the end. After all, he could feel how much she cared about this child. Have you eaten? Su Qingsang looked at Hu Jinyao's solemn expression and looked at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. I ate a little. When he was dealing with work just now, Yang Wenchang had brought him dinner, but he didn't have much appetite. What about you? Have you eaten? Hu Jinyao looked at the white coat on Su Qingsang. Was she going to be on duty today? Yes. Su Qingsang was on duty today, so she had just gone to the cafeteria to eat. By the way, did you hire a nurse for her? Yes. The nurse will come over later. Su Qingsang turned her head to look at him. The meaning in her eyes was unclear. Don't tell me you want to stay here with her today. She has no other relatives now. I can't leave her alone. Su Qingsang took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Hu Jinyao. Should I praise you for being a good person, or should I say that you don't know your limits and don't know how to keep your distance from other women? Hu Jinyao looked at the expressionless Su Qingsang. Are you angry? Can't I be angry? Su Qingsang spread her hands. My husband plans to stay here with another woman for the night. Do you think I can't be angry? She's in a special situation now. So, she needs you to accompany her. Can't she hire a nurse? Qingsang. She wasn't usually such a petty person. Hu Jinyao was a little anxious and wanted to explain. Qingsang, she just lost her child, so her mood isn't very stable. She doesn't have any relatives in Rong City. I'm teasing you. Su Qingsang glanced at him and smiled. It's okay. You stay here. I'll go on the night shift. I'll come over to accompany you later when I'm free. Qingsang. Hu Jinyao looked at her and was surprised. You're really not angry. I'm really not. Su Qingsang looked at the time. She still had to go check the room. All right. You stay here with her. I'm not such a petty person. Hu Jinyao was relieved. He reached out and rubbed Su Qingsang's hair. You. All right. I'm leaving. Su Qingsang was about to leave, but Hu Jinyao reached out and hugged her. Qi Shiwei had done him a favor, and she had no other relatives in Rong City. No one else could help her except him. What? Are you touched? Su Qingsang turned her face to look at him with a faint smile in her eyes. If you're touched, remember to treat me well. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Don't worry, that day won't come. After Su Qingsang left, the nurse came. The nurse was a woman in her 30s with the surname Jiang. Because Qi Shiwei's condition was unstable today, Hu Jinyao asked her to go back first and come back tomorrow morning. He stayed in the ward to deal with his work. When it came to Qi Shiwei, she didn't wake up again. He had just finished dealing with all the work and saved the information on the computer. Just as he was about to get up and move his body, the door of the ward was pushed open. The person in front of him was Lian Jin. Seeing that it was him, Hu Jinyao's expression didn't look too good. What are you doing here? Lian Jin didn't even look at him. He walked past him and was about to walk inside. There were still injuries on his face from Hu Jinyao's beating. There were several bruises on his face. These made him look a little disheveled. Hu Jinyao stood in front of him and looked at the injuries on his face. What? You still want to be beaten up by me again? Get lost. Lian Jin reached out to push Hu Jinyao. I'm here to see my wife. What does it have to do with you? So what if Shiwei is your wife? I only know that she doesn't want to see you now, and she won't see you. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Lian Jin rushed forward to wake Qi Shiwei up, but Hua Jinyao blocked him with one hand. His narrowed eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. If you don't want me to call someone to throw you out of the hospital, you can continue walking. Lian Jin had suffered a loss at Hua Jinyao's hands. Looking at him, he nodded hatefully. Okay. Okay. It's fine if I don't wake her up. Give me the child, and I'll leave now. At the mention of the child, Hua Jinyao's expression changed. There's no child. What do you mean? The child wasn't saved. The child wasn't saved. Lian Jin was stunned for a moment before he quickly smiled. Don't try to lie to me. It's impossible. How could it not be saved? The child really wasn't saved. If you're here to have a child, you can go back now. Lian Jin sneered. He took a step forward and looked at Hua Jinyao in front of him. Where did you hide the child? I didn't hide it anywhere. I told you, the child wasn't saved. Hua Jinyao looked regretful when he thought of the child. Heh, do you think I'll believe you when you say that? You don't have to believe me. You can ask the doctor. That child really wasn't saved. Lian Jin nodded. Ask the doctor. Your whole family has a big business. How do I know that you didn't collude with the doctor? If you want to think that way, I can't help it. Hua Jinyao frowned. He looked at Qi Shiwei, who was still frowning even though she was asleep on the bed. His voice was very soft. Lian Jin didn't believe Hua Jinyao's words at all. Don't think I don't know. You know all those doctors. It took him a lot of effort to find this side. Not only did he find it, but he also asked about it. The doctor who performed the surgery was called Su Qingsang. He also found out that Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang were husband and wife. Husband and wife. Hua Jinyao frowned. The man in front of him didn't make sense at all. Lian Jin didn't want to talk to Hua Jinyao nicely either. Hand over the child, and I'll leave. Otherwise, I won't be polite. I told you, the child wasn't saved. It's useless for you to look for me. You weren't saved. How can you be so calm if you weren't saved? Lian Jin didn't believe him at all. I don't care. Hand over the child for me. Hua Jinyao couldn't communicate with Lian Jin, and he didn't want Lian Jin to wake Qi Shiwei up. She was already very agitated. If she saw Lian Jin and became agitated again, something might happen. That wasn't what he wanted to see. He didn't respond, and Lian Jin pestered him even more. He insisted that Hua Jinyao was feeling guilty. Hua Jinyao was impatient to argue with him. He sent a message to Yang Wenchang and asked him to call a few people over. Lian Jin was still pestering him. Hua Jinyao lost his patience. Almost as soon as Yang Wenchang came up, he signaled that he could take Lian Jin away. How could Lian Jin leave just like that? He hadn't even seen his child yet. He started to make a fuss again, but it was useless this time. The people Yang Wenchang brought were quite powerful. In just a few days, Lian Jin was dragged away. Lian Jin was brought away by the people Yang Wenchang brought. His shoulder was pinched by the special forces, and he couldn't move at all. He wasn't short of money, but when he left, he glared at Hua Jinyao with hatred. Hua Jinyao, I won't let this go. Let me tell you, if you don't give me the child, I won't let this go. You can think whatever you want. I'll say it again. The child wasn't saved. He's no longer here. He waved his hand and had Lian Jin dragged out. Lian Jin was taken away, and the ward returned to silence. In just a short while, Su Qingsang was shocked. She came over and asked Hua Jinyao with concern what was going on. It's fine. It's all settled. Hua Jinyao met the concern in Su Qingsang's eyes and smiled at her. Are you done with your night shift? Do you want to rest? No, I'm on the night shift today. I won't leave until tomorrow morning. Su Qingsang looked in Qi Shiwei's direction. Is she still not awake? No. She hadn't woken up even after the commotion just now. Hua Jinyao couldn't help but be a little worried. It's fine. She's just too weak. Just let her sleep for a while. Su Qingsang had examined Qi Shiwei in detail. There wasn't much wrong with her body, but she was still too weak. In the current situation, it was normal for her to be unconscious for a long time. It was just that Qi Shiwei was unconscious for a long time. She slept until the next morning. The nurse, Xiao Jiang, had already arrived. Hua Jinyao had slept in the ward for a while yesterday. Su Qingsang had come to see him a few times. Seeing that Qi Shiwei had woken up, he asked Xiao Jiang to heat up the soup that he had asked Yang Wencheng to deliver. He turned around and saw that Qi Shiwei's eyes were wide open as she stared straight at the ceiling. Shiwei, are you okay? How do you feel? Qi Shiwei didn't hear Hua Jinyao's words at all. She remained in that position, staring at the sky above her head. Qi Shiwei in this state was even more worrying than yesterday when she was hysterical. Shiwei. Can you say something? Qi Shiwei didn't react. It was as if she didn't hear him. Shiwei, Qi Shiwei. Qi Shiwei blinked and turned to look at Hua Jinyao. Why are you still here? Shiwei, are you okay? You can go. Qi Shiwei looked at him, but her gaze didn't seem to be focused. I'm fine. I'm fine. Shiwei. She was in a good state. Hua Jinyao began to worry. You can go. I said I'm fine. Seeing that Hua Jinyao was standing there motionless, she added, You've been guarding me here all night, right? Aren't you afraid that your wife will misunderstand? Hurry up and leave. She won't misunderstand. I told her. No woman would be so generous. She doesn't mind. Qi Shiwei looked at him expressionlessly. You can go. I want to be alone for a while. After she said this, Hua Jinyao had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he looked at Qi Shiwei with a worried expression. Shiwei, if anything happens to you, call me. Tianyu Group was very close to the first hospital. And Su Qingsang was here. When the time came, he would tell her to let the other doctors keep an eye on her. Qi Shiwei saw that Hua Jinyao was still motionless. You can go. I told you, I want to be alone. Hua Jinyao had no choice but to leave. He wanted Xiao Jiang to stay, but Xiao Jiang was also chased away by Qi Shiwei. Hua Jinyao walked to the door and looked at Qi Shiwei one last time. Shiwei, you have to calm down. I told you to calm down. Xiao Jiang is right outside. If there's anything, just call me. He thought of the two pregnant women who had an accident in Su Qingsang's hospital in Lin City. His back felt a chill. Shiwei, no matter what you're thinking now, you have to remember that the most important thing is to be alive. Nothing is more important than life. Qi Shiwei heard this. She turned her face and looked at Hua Jinyao blankly. What? Do you think I'll commit suicide? Don't worry. I won't do such a cowardly thing. After saying this, she closed her eyes and refused to look at Hua Jinyao again. Hua Jinyao had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he instructed Xiao Jiang to guard the door and pay attention to the movements inside. After leaving the ward, he went straight to Su Qingsang's office. She had been on the night shift for the whole night and was already very tired. At this moment, she was sleeping on the small bed in the duty room. When she saw Hua Jinyao come, she yawned and sat up. Why are you here? Have you had breakfast? Yes. Hua Jinyao nodded. Looking at the fatigue on her face, he felt a little heartache. Aren't you off work? Why aren't you home yet? I'll go back later. There's a meeting in the courtyard later. I'll go home after the meeting. Don't be too tired. If you don't have the energy for that meeting, let director's son apply for leave for you. Stop fooling around. It's just a meeting. How tired can I be? Don't always think about giving me special treatment. Su Qingsang stretched and felt much more awake. Her gaze fell on Hua Jinyao. He seemed to be in good spirits. How is she? Is she awake? Is she okay? She's awake. She's fine for the time being. Hua Jinyao thought of Qi Shiwei's performance just now. She was so calm that she didn't look like someone who had just lost a child. He told Su Qingsang about her condition. There was indeed a hint of worry in his words. Do you think she'll take things too hard? In fact, the Qi Shiwei he knew was a very strong-willed person. However, he could tell that Qi Shiwei's recent condition was obviously not good. He was very afraid that she would be impulsive or take things too hard. I don't know. Su Qingsang shook her head. Some women could slowly recover after losing their children, but some people had to spend a long time to get over that kind of pain. I'll see her later. I think my identity as a doctor will always make her feel better. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Your friend is also my friend. Besides, she's my patient. Don't worry. I'll definitely let the other colleagues keep an eye on her. Okay. Hua Jinyao was naturally willing to believe that Qi Shiwei wasn't such a fragile person. He still had something to do at the company. After asking Su Qingsang to take care of her, he left. Su Qingsang looked at the time. There was still nearly an hour before the meeting. She went back to sleep for a while. When she woke up, she washed her face in the bathroom of the duty room. She woke up and tidied herself up before heading to the meeting room. In the obstetrics and gynecology department, apart from the doctors in the outpatient department, Chief Sun, Deputy Chief Shin, Rong Lu, Jing Qinyu, and Ling Fei were all there. There were also some people from other departments. Su Qingsang knew some of them, but she didn't know some of them. The meeting soon began. Su Qingsang listened for a while before the door of the meeting room was pushed open. The head nurse, Li Meilin, stood at the door. Behind her were two uniformed police officers. Everyone looked at the door, and Su Qingsang also looked at Li Meilin. What was going on in front of her? Police officers. Deputy Director Zhou Xiaonan, who was in charge of the meeting, stood up. Before he could say anything, the two police officers had already walked to Su Qingsang and stood in front of her. You're Su Qingsang. The two police officers looked at Su Qingsang from head to toe, as if they were confirming it. One of the older policewomen was the first to ask. Yes. I'm Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang was sitting near the bottom of the meeting room. When she was suddenly called up by the police for questioning, she stood up as well. Are you a doctor in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Yes. Su Qingsang blinked her eyes and subconsciously looked at Sun Huya. Sun Huya was also a little confused. Her eyes were filled with worry. She didn't understand why the police were asking these questions. Yesterday, you delivered a child to a pregnant woman? Yes. The policewoman's voice was a little cold. Su Qingsang nodded. She had only performed one delivery surgery yesterday, and it was Qi Shiwei's. Is that child dead? Yes. Su Qingsang nodded. She didn't understand what the other party wanted to ask. The policewoman showed her ID to Su Qingsang, then looked at her with a serious face. Ms. Su Qingsang, we suspect that you are related to a murder case. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. What? Su Qingsang thought that she had heard wrongly. What case did you say? A murder case. The policewoman's attitude was not bad. She repeated, you are suspected of murdering Ms. Qi Shiwei's newborn baby. Now, please come with us. Su Qingsang's lips moved. This time, she glanced at Sun Huya again. Sun Huya was already anxious when she heard this. She stood up and walked to Su Qingsang's side. Police comrade, are you mistaken? Qingsang is just a doctor. The child's death has nothing to do with her. Here's the thing, I'm sorry, regardless of whether she did it or not, we need her to go with us to assist in the investigation. But there's no such thing. If there's no such thing, we will naturally clear her name. Now, come with us. Chapter 613. It was Su Qingsang's first time coming to a place like the police station. She was taken to a small dark room. She had watched TV before. When her eyes met the glass, she knew that someone was staring at them. Su Qingsang wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt that it was a little novel. A normal person would never come to a place like this in their lifetime. It was a rare experience. The two policemen who brought her here happened to be a man and a woman. The policewoman saw her coming. Not only did she not panic, but she also looked so calm. This person was either too magnanimous or too good at acting. Sit down, the policewoman said. Su Qingsang looked at the table. There were two chairs on one side and one on the other. The armrest of the chair looked like the kind that could be used to handcuff a prisoner in movies and TV shows. Su Qingsang frowned. She was only here to assist in the investigation today. Why were these people treating her like a prisoner now? Su Qingsang, sit down. The policewoman called again, her voice obviously reprimanding. Su Qingsang glanced at her indifferently and stepped forward to sit down on the chair. Fortunately, the person didn't handcuff her. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee that she would still be able to cooperate. The two policemen sat down opposite her. As soon as the light was turned on, Su Qingsang instinctively closed her eyes. Su Qingsang. The policewoman took out a notebook, opened it, and began to record Su Qingsang's statement. Name? Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang felt that it was a little funny. The other party had just called her name, but now they were asking her what her name was. Gender? Female. Profession? Doctor. Obstetrician and gynecologist at the first hospital? Yes. You did an operation yesterday. Yes. What operation? A cesarean section. The other party already knew, but still came to ask. Su Qingsang was quite helpless. The questions that the other party wanted to ask were very simple, and she cooperated and answered them. The first few were all appetizers. Soon, it was the main point. Someone is accusing you of murdering the newborn baby that you delivered yesterday. Su Qingsang froze for a moment. Even though she knew her crime, she still couldn't help but laugh when she heard it unexpectedly. Comrade, are you kidding? Be serious. Police comrade, I did perform a cesarean section yesterday. I was the chief surgeon. The baby wasn't breathing when it was born. How did it become me who murdered the child? The two policemen looked at each other, and the policewoman looked at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang, the informant said that you could have killed the baby during the delivery. Officer, you might not understand, but I don't have the final say in the operating theater. It was impossible for a surgery to be completed by only one person. For a cesarean section, other than the chief surgeon, which is me, there are also assistant doctors, midwives, nurses, and anesthetists in the operating theater. I would like to ask, how can we kill that newborn baby in front of so many people? You mean, you have nothing to do with the baby's death? Of course. Su Qingsang's voice was very soft. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other doctors, nurses, and my other colleagues in the operating room yesterday. They can prove that I'm not lying. Then do you admit that it might be because of your improper operation during the operation, because of your delay, that the baby died? In other words, even if you didn't do it on purpose, there was still a medical problem. Su Qingsang felt like laughing at that moment. Judging from the other party's attitude, it seemed like she had to put some kind of crime on her head. As I said just now, the operating theater isn't mine alone. All our operations are strictly according to the doctor's ethics. So I don't think there's a medical problem with me. So you insist that the baby's death has nothing to do with you? Yes. I'm also very sorry that I didn't succeed in saving the baby's life. Not to mention the fact that Qi Shiwei had saved Hu Jinyao's life. Even if she was just an ordinary doctor, she wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Don't you have any responsibility for this medical accident? The policewoman's words were very rude, and Su Qingsang frowned. Officer, first of all, this isn't a medical accident. This is just an accident that we don't want to happen, but it happened. Second, doctors are just doctors, ordinary people. If we can cure all diseases, if we can save all lives, then we're no longer humans, we're gods. We're not gods. We can't save all lives. Although we hope so, we can't do it. Su Qingsang's voice was very soft. As a doctor, she had sworn an oath on the day she graduated from medical school. But sometimes, even if they tried their best, it was impossible for the results to be perfect. The two policemen looked at each other, and finally, one of the doctors looked at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang, you don't need to brag here, and you don't need to defend yourself here. Since we've called you here for questioning, it's because you have the motive to hurt that baby. I have a motive. What motive did she have? That's right. The policewoman nodded. At this point, do you still not want to confess? Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. What do I have to confess? You have a grudge against that woman. Su Qingsang almost choked on her own saliva. I have a grudge against that woman. When she said me, she specially pointed at herself, her face full of disbelief. When did she have a grudge against Qi Shiwei? That's right. The male policeman nodded and his voice was very calm. We already have all the evidence in the situation, so it's better for you to be honest. Evidence? What evidence? What does the woman who lost her child have to do with you? Do you really not want to confess? I'm sorry, Comrade Police. I really don't know what my relationship with her is. Why don't you tell me? The policewoman nodded. It seems that you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. As she spoke, she took out a document from the side and spread it in front of Su Qingsang. Qi Shiwei, female, 30 years old this year. From Rong City. She used to be a couple with your husband, Hu Jinyao, at Yale University. Ever since Qi Shiwei returned to the country, she has been in contact with Hu Jinyao. We have evidence that Hu Jinyao has been in and out of the villa where Qi Shiwei lives many times. Su Qingsang blinked and looked at the few photos on the document. One of them was Hu Jinyao entering a villa, and the other was Hu Jinyao sitting in the garden with Qi Shiwei. Hu Jinyao seemed to be hugging Qi Shiwei. His hand was on Qi Shiwei's waist, and the two of them looked extremely intimate. Su Qingsang furrowed her brows slightly when she saw the photo. Her expression seemed to confirm the police's guess. The policewoman took the document back. The expression on her face was colder than before. Now, can you confess? What do you want me to confess to? Su Qingsang, you have to know that it's not good for you to be like this now. The policewoman knocked on the table with a threatening look on her face. Leniency for confessing, severity for resistance. You should have heard of this before, right? I've heard of it, but I don't quite understand. What do I have to confess to? Are you still playing dumb? The male policeman slammed the table hard. You clearly knew that Hu Jinyao was in a relationship with Qi Shiwei. You were indignant. That's why you thought of a way to secretly kill him. But you knew that you couldn't kill Qi Shiwei, so you attacked that child, right? Su Qingsang couldn't even laugh now. She looked at the male policeman with a hint of mockery on her face. Do you police officers now not care about evidence but rely on guesses to solve cases? Su Qingsang, be honest. Su Qingsang smiled and looked at the two policemen in front of her. I just want to ask, do you have any evidence? Su Qingsang, it's useless to argue. Please answer our questions honestly. You killed Qi Shiwei's child because you were unhappy with your husband's relationship with Qi Shiwei, didn't you? Comrade policeman, from now on, I refuse to answer any of your questions. Su Qingsang's temper flared up. She placed her hands on the table and looked at the two policemen in front of her with an extremely serious expression. Either you show me the evidence and send me to prison in an open and above-board manner. Or, please let me go. You have no reason, and you can't pin such a serious crime on me just because of a groundless guess. Su Qingsang, do you really think we can't do anything to you? The policewoman glared at Su Qingsang with obvious dissatisfaction in her eyes. I'll say it again. Please be honest. I refuse. Su Qingsang threw out these 3 words and didn't answer any of the other party's questions. Now, she was only waiting for Hu Jinyao to find a lawyer to get her out of here. She believed that Hu Jinyao wouldn't let her down. When Hu Jinyao went to the hospital, he didn't know that Su Qingsang had been taken away. After all, no one told him. He first went to Qi Shiwei's ward. After Xiao Jiang called him and said that a man had come to the ward, Qi Shiwei was very agitated and was in a pinch. When he entered the ward, Qi Shiwei was sitting on the bed. She had just given birth, and she was very weak. But even so, she still glared at the person in front of her with hatred. Lian Jin stood about a meter away from the bed. There was still Xiao Jiang between him and Qi Shiwei. Xiao Jiang stood in front of Lian Jin and looked at him with fear and worry in her eyes. Seeing that Hu Jinyao had arrived, Lian Jin sneered. What? Do you think you don't have to solve the problem between us just because you called your lover? Lian Jin. I have nothing to say to you. Get lost. Qi Shiwei was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She was like a piece of paper floating in the wind, feeling as if she could fall at any moment. Hu Jinyao took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lian Jin in place of Xiao Jiang. It seems that I was too polite to you yesterday. Yang Wenchang had already called for people to guard outside. As long as he called for them, they could come in at any time and throw Lian Jin out of the hospital. Hu Jinyao, you still have time to care about me now. Lian Jin looked at Hu Jinyao and smiled meaningfully. TSK, I really can tell that you still have such deep feelings for this woman. Lian Jin, keep your mouth clean. Hu Jinyao's eyes were sharp, and his expression was sinister. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? You don't even care about your wife for this woman. Did I say something wrong? What did he mean? Before Hu Jinyao could react, Lian Jin sneered and looked past Hu Jinyao at Qi Shiwei, who was lying on the hospital bed. Qi Shiwei, either hand over the child to me. Or, I can only think of another way to get you to hand over the child. Get lost. Qi Shiwei had already lost that child, and she was already sad enough. But Lian Jin was adding insult to injury. She couldn't help but feel angry. Lian Jin, if you don't leave now, do you believe that I'll die with you? Lian Jin sneered and looked at Hu Jinyao. Just as he was about to say something, he turned to look at her because of Qi Shiwei's words. Shiwei, don't be impulsive. There's no need to lower yourself to the same level as such a person. As he spoke, he called Yang Wenchang over and asked him to bring his men to throw Lian Jin out. This time, Lian Jin had a smile on his face. That smile had a deeper meaning. Hu Jinyao, if you have the ability, guard her for the rest of your life. I'd like to see if you'll regret it in the end. Hu Jinyao was impatient to listen to his nonsense. He waved his hand and asked Yang Wenchang to take him away. After Lian Jin left, Qi Shiwei almost lost all her strength. Her body went limp and she fell back. Xiao Jiang took a pillow and placed it behind her, then helped her steady herself. She sat there leaning against the headboard, her face devoid of any color. Hu Jinyao asked Xiao Jiang to go out and instructed Yang Wenchang to get someone to guard the door of the ward. Only then did he return to the bed and look at Qi Shiwei with a worried expression. Shiwei, do you need me to help you find a new place? Qi Shiwei sat there woodenly. When she heard Hu Jinyao's words, she looked up at him. Why look for a new place? I'm so weak now. If he comes looking for me again, it'll be useless no matter where I go. Hu Jinyao's brows were tightly knitted together. He had never asked Qi Shiwei about her and Lian Jin, but now that Lian Jin had come looking for her again and again, he really couldn't guard her for the rest of his life. Aren't you divorced with him? Do you need to call the police? Let the police handle it. Qi Shiwei looked at him and suddenly laughed. Divorce? Ha, how could that pervert let me off so easily? Shiwei. Hu Jinyao was even more confused by her expression. What exactly happened between you and him? Qi Shiwei glanced at Hu Jinyao, lowered her head, and placed her hand on her abdomen. There used to be a child there, but that child was no longer there. She had always been running away and hiding. She thought that she could hide. But it seemed that at this moment, she realized that she couldn't hide at all. Chapter 6:14. Qi Shiwei's hand froze on her abdomen. She sat on the hospital bed, looking lifeless. Her eyes were lifeless as well. She was staring at an unknown point. Do you still remember my stepmother? Your stepmother. Isn't she in prison? Yes. She's in prison. Qi Shiwei chuckled. Her voice was extremely sarcastic. She's in prison, and she died in prison. Hu Jinyao's eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, Qi Shiwei's stepmother was sentenced to 15 years in prison. I don't know whose retribution this is. Is it mine? It was Lian Jin's. Oh right, his full name was not Lian Jin, but Shen Jin. Lian is his mother's surname. She is my stepmother, Shen Mingzhu's younger brother. What? This time, even Hu Jinyao was surprised. Are you saying that Lian Jin is your stepmother's younger brother? Are you sure? He said it himself. Qi Shiwei's expression didn't change. She didn't want to recall her stupidity. But in fact, she was really stupid. For so many years, she had rejected the advances of those men. Firstly, she hadn't met anyone that she liked. Secondly, she always thought that if she had the chance, she would still want to find a Chinese man. Just the year before last, Shen Jin appeared in front of her under the alias of Lian Jin. At first, Lian Jin was a marketing director of her partner company. They were both from China and were both struggling in a foreign country. When working together, Qi Shiwei was more patient with Lian Jin than with others. Soon, she admired Lian Jin's ability in public affairs. Outside of work, Lian Jin began to contact her in private. She was a very slow person to warm up. Back then, Hu Jinyao was so outstanding, but she didn't fall in love with him. Therefore, Qi Shiwei even thought that she would never fall in love with another man in her life. After all, there were very few men in the world who were more outstanding and had a better personality than Hu Jinyao. She was wary of others, so Lian Jin patiently expressed his goodwill and approached her again and again. She didn't believe in men, so Lian Jin kept putting down his pride and using his own efforts to move her. Again and again. Qi Shiwei's heart wasn't made of iron. What's more, she was struggling alone in a foreign land. She had also experienced her father's affair and her mother's death. Deep in her bones, she longed for warmth and love. Lian Jin spent nearly a year pursuing her. She was finally moved. On Lian Jin's birthday, she agreed to live with him. During the first half of their cohabitation, she lived a very happy life. She thought she was the happiest woman in the world. However, the more blissful she felt before, the more painful she felt afterwards. Half a year later, Lian Jin began to leave early and return late. At first, she could convince herself that he was busy with work. However, as she continued to discover women's perfume, women's hair, and even other women's lips on his body, she could no longer deceive herself. She quarreled with Lian Jin and argued with him. Lian Jin said that he had made a mistake and asked her to forgive him. In his pleading, she forgave him for the first time. But reality told him that if there was a first, there would be a second. If there were two, there would be three. After that, Lian Jin reverted to his old ways, and Qi Shiwei couldn't take it anymore. One day, when Lian Jin returned late, she told Lian Jin that she wanted to break up. Lian Jin, that pervert, imprisoned her at that time. He threw away all her clothes and left her naked at home. But he still went out every day and came back to deliberately let her see the traces of other women on his body. In the end, he even openly brought other women back. He let her watch him make out with other women. Qi Shiwei was almost driven crazy by Lian Jin. That day, she held a knife and was about to stab Lian Jin, but she was a woman and couldn't beat Lian Jin in martial arts, so the knife was taken away by him. When Qi Shiwei was about to break up and sue him, Lian Jin told her. If she wanted to break up, she could forget about it. What he wanted to do was to torture her. He wanted to torture her all the time. To make her suffer. Qi Shiwei didn't understand and asked Lian Jin why. Shen Mingzhu, do you still remember? Who are you? Who are you? I'm Shen Jin, Shen Mingzhu's younger brother. Lian Jin and Shen Mingzhu had a good relationship. In the early years, the family's conditions were poor, and Shen Mingzhu worked a few jobs to reduce the burden on the family. Later, when she went to work, most of her salary was given to the family. Lian Jin had deep feelings for her. Later, Shen Mingzhu married someone. Although that man was more than 10 years older than Shen Mingzhu, he treated Shen Mingzhu very well. The Shen family had no objections. But the Shen family didn't expect that Shen Mingzhu would be sent to prison after being married for less than 10 years. The Shen family couldn't accept this fact. They appealed, but it was useless. The evidence was conclusive. Shen Mingzhu was sentenced to 15 years. 15 years. When she came out, she was already old. Shinjin was the first to not accept it. But what they didn't expect was yet to come. Not long after Shin Mingzhu went to prison, she actually had a miscarriage. It turned out that she already had a child when she was locked up, but she hadn't gotten pregnant for so many years. In addition, she was distracted by the fact that she was arrested. By the time she found out, the child was already gone. Shin Mingzhu lost her child. A place like prison couldn't have a good environment. Her health deteriorated. Not long after, the prison transferred them to a prison in a neighboring city because of the new protective equipment. Shin Mingzhu, who had changed to a new environment, was bullied. Once, she had a conflict with a cellmate. In the end, because she was too weak, she was seriously injured by the other party. Not long after she was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, she passed away. That person was naturally sentenced. But all of this was meaningless to Lian Jin. After Shin Mingzhu died, the Shin family's parents were sad every day. Especially Mother Shin. Because the knot in her heart couldn't be resolved, she followed after 2 years. On the day Mother Shin passed away, Father Shin couldn't take the blow and ran off to become a monk. To Lian Jin, a good family was torn apart just like that. After his mother passed away and his father became a monk, he was depressed for a long time. Later, he understood. All of this was Qi Shiwei's fault. If she hadn't sent Shin Mingzhu to prison. If it hadn't been for Qi Shiwei, how could the Shin family have become like this? Lian Jin thought it through and decided to take revenge. The simplest and most direct revenge was to make Qi Shiwei suffer. He didn't want to kill Qi Shiwei. After all, he didn't want to go to prison. After thinking about it, he finally thought of a way. It was a brilliant way to take revenge. Previously, Qi Shiwei had lost a lot of money because she died in prison. Lian Jin took the money and followed her out of the country. With money, a lot of things would become very simple. Moreover, he was quite lucky. When he was looking for a job, he met his later boss. That boss appreciated his enthusiasm and drive. So he kept helping him. After having the ability, Lian Jin began to investigate Qi Shiwei. Then, he got close to her. Perhaps the heavens were helping him. The company that Qi Shiwei worked for actually had a cooperation with their company. The heavens were simply helping him. Everything that happened next was much simpler. Lian Jin approached step by step, and step by step, Qi Shiwei let down her guard. In the end, Qi Shiwei fell in love with him. When she loved him so much that she couldn't extricate herself, Lian Jin decided to take the last step of revenge. Qi Shiwei didn't expect Lian Jin's true identity to be her stepmother's younger brother. After knowing Lian Jin's identity, she decided not to let him do whatever he wanted. She thought of a way to steal the woman's phone and call the police when Lian Jin brought another woman over again. The police arrived very quickly, but because Lian Jin had evidence to prove that they were husband and wife, the police didn't interfere too much in their affairs. Under Qi Shiwei's constant requests, she was finally able to leave Lian Jin's place. Lian Jin was also warned by the police. They said that even if they were husband and wife, he couldn't lock his wife up. Lian Jin's attitude was very good again, indicating that he would definitely be careful in the future. Qi Shiwei said that she wanted a divorce, and the police didn't interfere in such matters. They thought that it was their own business. Qi Shiwei had no choice but to give Lian Jin the divorce agreement and find a lawyer. She, who thought that Lian Jin wouldn't dare to come again, also returned to the company after being tormented. She started working. In order to stop herself from thinking about that bastard Lian Jin, she devoted all her energy to work. That was how the proposal came about. After she made the proposal, Lian Jin came out. He came to her door and raped her. Qi Shiwei already knew that there was no way to call the police. She and Lian Jin were husband and wife, so Lian Jin could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, with the evidence, it was useless for Qi Shiwei to defend herself. Because Lian Jin actually had the photos of her in bed with him. There was also the video, plus their relationship as husband and wife. She had no way to get rid of Lian Jin and face Lian Jin's repeated harassment. Qi Shiwei was mentally and physically exhausted. But she didn't expect that she was already pregnant at this time. Moreover, it had already been more than 3 months. In addition, her health was already poor to begin with. The doctor told her that if she chose to abort the child, the end result would be that she might never have a child of her own again. Qi Shiwei, who was in a dilemma and constantly conflicted, finally chose to keep the child. She was now alone. If possible, she wanted to have a child. That way, she wouldn't be lonely in the future. That was good too. The child was hers alone. She didn't expect Lian Jin to come looking for her again at that time. Qi Shiwei had no choice but to escape back to the country. Her mother had left her a sum of money, including the villa she was living in now. She chose to stay here to keep the baby. Firstly, she didn't have the energy, and secondly, she thought about how Hu Jinyao had taken care of her before. So she gave the proposal to Hu Jinyao. She thought that she could give birth to the child safely, but she didn't expect Lian Jin to come looking for her again. Her voice was very soft, and towards the end, it was almost hoarse. Hu Jinyao didn't expect things to turn out like this. He looked at Qi Shiwei, whose face was pale and who looked like she had lost her soul, and poured her a glass of water. Chapter 6:15. Previously, Hu Jinyao had only thought that Qi Shiwei and Lian Jin had ended up like this because they hadn't parted on good terms regarding the divorce. He didn't expect Lian Jin to be Shen Mingzhu's younger brother. Of course, he knew about Shen Mingzhu. Back then, Shen Mingzhu had someone tamper with the car. In the end, Qi Shiwei's mother died. She was sentenced to 15 years in prison because of Hu Jinyao. He never thought that one day, Shen Mingzhu's family would come to take revenge on Qi Shiwei. What did this have to do with Qi Shiwei? Shen Mingzhu had killed someone, and she had to pay with her life. She had to pay the price. How could Lian Jin have the face to make Qi Shiwei pay the price? Even take revenge on Qi Shiwei? He didn't know what Qi Shiwei was thinking now. If she decided to take revenge, Hu Jinyao would definitely help her. It doesn't matter anymore. Qi Shiwei's eyes were empty and she looked very confused. Let him be. The child was gone anyway. She had nothing left, so she didn't care about losing it. But, Jinyao. Thank you for helping me so much. But I'll do the rest myself. Qi Shiwei turned to look at Hu Jinyao. Her eyes seemed to be a little different. Hu Jinyao was a little worried. I think he's not letting you go now. You have to think of a way to solve it, right? That's my problem. Shiwei, we're friends. Jinyao, I thank you. But there are some things that I can solve myself. Qi Shiwei's face was full of fatigue. Hu Jinyao wanted to say something else, but he knew that she wouldn't listen anymore. He could only think that if there was a chance, he would get someone to keep an eye on her. With him around, he believed that Lian Jin wouldn't act so easily. By the way, Jinyao. There's something I really want your help with. What? I want to see that child. This request stunned Hu Jinyao. Shiwei, Qi Shiwei blinked her eyes and looked at him. Her expression was unusually determined and stubborn. No matter what, he's been in my stomach for 7 or 8 months. I want to see him. Hu Jinyao didn't think that was a good idea. Looking at the stubbornness in Qi Shiwei's eyes, he nodded helplessly. I'll go ask for you. In fact, he didn't know where a newborn baby like that would be placed in the hospital. He needed to ask Su Qingsang. Sorry to trouble you. Hua Jinyao glanced at her worriedly. He wasn't sure if she would lose control when she saw the child. He left the ward and instructed Yang Wenchang's men to guard the door and not let Lian Jin in again. He went to the obstetrics and gynecology office by himself. However, before he could reach it, Sun Huiya happened to come out. She was on the phone. When she saw Hua Jinyao, her eyes lit up. She quickly hung up the phone and walked to Hua Jinyao. Director Sun, is Qingsang here? What are you doing? Don't you know? The police took Qingsang away. What did you say? It was Hua Jinyao's turn to be surprised. His expression suddenly changed, and he took half a step forward. Tell me clearly, why was Qingsang taken away by the police? It's like this. Sun Huiya told him what had happened in the morning. She was also anxious. How could Qingsang murder that child? We all saw it. When the child was born, it was already not breathing. In fact, Hua Jinyao took too long to send them over. Moreover, it wasn't a matter of delay at all. Even if Hua Jinyao had sent Qi Shiwei to another hospital, the child might not have been able to survive. The lack of oxygen for too long, and the child's body was already weak when it was in the mother's body. When Sun Huiya and Hua Jinyao were in Sea City for disaster relief, she was familiar with Hua Jinyao. Her voice couldn't hide the urgency. Jinyao. You can't not believe in Qingsang's medical ethics, let alone her character. She would never do such a thing. I know, Director Sunday. I know everything. Don't worry, I'll settle this matter. He turned around and left. Hua Jinyao didn't have the time to ask Qi Shiwei to see the child. He took out his phone and started to make a call. His eyes were sharper than ever. Su Qingsang would kill someone. What a joke. Needless to say, it must have been Lian Jin who did it. He must have thought that the child was still alive. In order to force him to hand over the child, he deliberately called the police and had Su Qingsang taken away. After hanging up the phone, Hua Jinyao turned around and was about to go to Qi Shiwei's ward. However, he stopped after taking 2 steps. Lian Jin. He remembered it. After Su Qingsang was interrogated, she was actually denied bail. The reason was that her problem hadn't been solved yet. Hua Jinyao looked at the person in front of him and said in a cold voice, Director Zhao, I want to ask, what crime did my wife commit? When Director Zhao saw Hua Jinyao come straight to his door, he felt sweat on his forehead. How did he know that his subordinates were so unruly? How did they offend this great Buddha in front of them that they couldn't afford to offend? Who didn't know about the Hua family in Rong City? Not to mention the Hua family's status in Rong City. Although the one from the Hua family had retired, his son had now gone up. Not to mention that the granddaughter of the Hua family was married to a commander. He thought of the news he had received that Hua Mingguang's cousin, Hua Mingfan, was about to be transferred to the province. Director Zhao's back was drenched in sweat. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Hua Jinyao looked at the time. It's been more than 6 hours since you took my wife away. I want to ask, you said that you invited my wife to assist in the investigation. Since it's to assist in the investigation, it proves that you have no evidence to prove that my wife has committed a crime. Since you have no evidence, what reason do you have to hold my wife captive? President Hua, look, my subordinates are too muddle-headed. I'll take you to release your wife now. It's natural to release my wife. My wife didn't do anything wrong. I'm here to make this clear to you. Yes, yes, yes. We will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Director Zhao originally wanted to ask someone to bring Hu Jinyao to bring Su Qingsang out, but how could he dare to let someone else bring him out? He directly led the way and brought Hu Jinyao to the place where Su Qingsang was kept. After Su Qingsang arrived, she asked to make a phone call, but no one paid attention to her. Not only did they not let her talk to anyone on the phone, but they also didn't let her leave. However, when she asked them to produce evidence to prove her guilt, these people couldn't produce it. It was fine if they couldn't produce it, but they insisted on blaming her and saying that she had failed in her duty. They said that the cause of the baby's death was because of her. Su Qingsang almost knelt down to these people. These people were really ridiculous. What she didn't know was that the fierce-looking male policeman was Lian Jin's classmate. Lian Jin found him and told him to teach Su Qingsang a lesson. Since she couldn't get out, Su Qingsang wasn't in a hurry to get out. She began to wonder who was trying to make things difficult for her. Hui Yifan and Su Peijian were both in prison. The second trial had ended, and both of them upheld the original verdict. She also wanted to go over and see Xiang Kaiping, but she didn't know how to face Xiang Kaiping several times. In the end, she could only give up. Xiang Kaiping needed time, and so did she. Therefore, from the second trial of Su Peijian and Hui Yifan's case until now, Su Qingsang hadn't seen Xiang Kaiping even once. Could it be Xiang Caiping's doing? Su Qingsang immediately rejected this idea. Based on her understanding of Xiang Kaiping, it was unlikely that she would do such a thing. Then who was it? Qi Shiwei. Su Qingsang immediately shook her head. She had lost her child, and it was indeed a sad time. But if Qi Shiwei was that kind of person, would Jinyao wouldn't have become good friends with her? Or had she misjudged him? Su Qingsang's mind was running wild. She thought of many possibilities, but she rejected them one by one. The male police officer had come twice in the middle, and both times, he had asked her to confess. Su Qingsang was speechless. She had always had high respect for the police and the military. Especially since Zhang Yichen saved her last time, she had regarded such people as heroes of the people. But what was going on now? The other party had no evidence, but he was just insisting that she confess. She was still wondering why the police officer was biting her like this and not letting her go when the door of the little dark room opened. She thought that the police officer was here to make her confess again, so she sat there without moving. She didn't expect that it wasn't the police officer who came this time, but Hu Jinyao. Beside him was a middle-aged man, also wearing a uniform. Su Qingsang glanced at him. Before she could say anything, Hu Jinyao had already walked up to her in 3 steps. He reached out and pulled her up into his arms. There were people beside them, and Hu Jinyao's enthusiastic behavior made Su Qingsang a little embarrassed. More than that, she felt relieved, and she trusted Hu Jinyao. It was great that he was here. She knew that he would definitely come to take her out, but she didn't expect him to be so fast. She had thought that she would have to stay here for a whole day, just like how it was shown on TV for 24 hours before she could leave. "I'm sorry I'm late." He didn't notice that Su Qingsang had been taken away by the police immediately, and let her suffer here for so many hours. Thinking of this, Hu Jinyao felt very guilty. He let go of his hands and stepped back a little. He put his hands on Su Qingsang's shoulders and looked up and down. "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Qingsang shook her head. After all, times had changed. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for her, they couldn't really do anything to her. Hu Jinyao breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he turned around, he saw a man and a woman standing behind Director Zhao. The two of them looked at Hu Jinyao and seemed to be a little surprised. The male police officer's expression was even better. Just as he was about to say something, Director Zhao turned around and scolded the two men. What are you doing? Is Mrs. Hua someone you can touch? You two idiots. Do you have any brains? The two of them didn't dare to say a word after being scolded by Director Zhao. Director Zhao scolded them a few more times. When he turned around to look at Hua Jinyao, his voice softened. President Hua, look, we didn't know about this either. We didn't do it on purpose. Then, look, he couldn't be blamed for being too careful. One had to know that if Hua Mingfan of the Hua family was transferred to the province, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with a small bureau chief like him. Moreover, the Hua family was a big business, and it was a key enterprise supported by the province. He really didn't want to have a head-on conflict with the other party. Hua Jinyao was only concerned about Su Qingsang now. He didn't have the mood to care about Director Zhao's official career. However, his gaze swept across the two people behind Director Zhao and he snorted coldly. Since you don't know how to handle cases, don't stay in such an important position. Give it to someone who is capable. Yes, yes. Definitely, definitely. I will definitely do as you say. Director Zhao repeatedly agreed. The two policemen's faces turned pale. Especially the male policeman, who was Lian Jin's classmate. He had worked for a long time before he was promoted to the position of deputy captain. Seeing that he could be promoted to captain at the end of the year, he thought that he could be promoted faster after this matter was over. Who knew that this would turn out to be like this? Hua Jinyao didn't care if they were happy or not. He didn't have the time to pay attention to Director Zhao's words. He took Su Qingsang and left. Yang Wenchang had already parked the car outside. When he saw the two of them coming out, he quickly went forward to open the door for them. After getting into the car, Su Qingsang looked at the gate outside. Director Zhao was still standing there waving at them. How did you know that I was locked up? I thought you wouldn't know until tomorrow. I went to the hospital to look for you. Director Sun told me. Hua Jinyao held her hand tightly as he spoke. Why didn't you call me immediately? Don't mention it. Su Qingsang was depressed when she mentioned this. My phone was taken away by them. They didn't let me make any calls or contact the outside world at all. It's my fault. Hua Jinyao felt a little guilty. He had heard from Director Sun that she had been trying to contact him, but she hadn't been able to. Next time, I'll definitely save a copy of my phone number for your colleagues. Tell them to call me if they need anything. How can I blame you? Su Qingsang held his hand with an extremely indifferent expression. I can't blame you either. Even if you knew, I would still have been brought here. It's just a matter of how long I stay. I know. However, he still couldn't help but blame himself and feel guilty for not protecting her well. By the way, do you know who wants to deal with me? Su Qingsang believed that since he was here, he must have already found out. Hua Jinyao narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of malice in them. I have a rough idea. Who? Lian Jin. Lian Jin. Who's that? Su Qingsang didn't remember this name. Qi Shiwei's husband. Ha! This time, it was Su Qingsang's turn to be surprised. She looked at Hua Jinyao. He wants to deal with me because his son died. Yes. But that child of his was actually not breathing when he was born. How can he blame me? As Su Qingsang said this, she suddenly turned her head to look at Hua Jinyao. Her clear eyes were filled with a hint of inquiry. Don't tell me that your good classmate is also involved in this matter. No. Are you sure? To be honest, Su Qingsang was indeed a little unhappy. After all, no woman would like her husband to take care of another woman. That was her personality. That was the kind of person she was. If she was unhappy, she would clearly express her unhappiness. Hua Jinyao squeezed her hand and shook his head gently at her. She really doesn't know. In fact, she and her husband are about to divorce. Hua Jinyao had no intention of gossiping about other people's privacy. But Su Qingsang wasn't an outsider after all. He briefly told her about Qi Shiwei's situation. After hearing it, Su Qingsang's eyes widened. So melodramatic. This was simply a real-life version of Hamlet. Yes. Hua Jinyao thought of Qi Shiwei's pale face and how exhausted she looked after being tormented. He let out a long sigh. That's what happened. Lian Jin didn't believe that the child was no longer around. He thought that I deliberately hid him so that he wouldn't find him. Then, he found out about my relationship with you, and that's why he did what he did today. I think he wanted to make me compromise by making things difficult for you. There was nothing Su Qingsang didn't understand when she was there. However, did he still come to look for Qi Shiwei today? Yes. But my men have already thrown him out. Hua Jinyao thought of Lian Jin and felt a little ashamed. Yes. His family was miserable, and he was indeed pitiful. But what did these things have to do with Qi Shiwei? Qi Shiwei's mother had been killed and her father had been kidnapped. She didn't think of revenge, but fled abroad. If she hadn't found out that her biological mother had been killed by her stepmother, her mother might still be dead with a grievance. Under such circumstances, he didn't think that Qi Shiwei had done anything wrong. It was hateful that Lian Jin, a man, actually made things difficult for a woman. Throw him out. Su Qingsang was silent and thought of something. She looked at Hua Jinyao very seriously. I don't think it's a good idea for you to throw him out. Since he wants to see that child so much, let him see him. Qingsang. The child is still in the hospital morgue. We have no right to dispose of him. In fact, what to do with the child's body still depends on what Qi Shiwei and her husband think. At this point, Su Qingsang let out a long sigh. I've been in the hospital for several years. In fact, I've seen many things like this. No matter what, the people who left have already left. But the living still have to continue living. If possible, I hope they can all think it through. Hua Jinyao gave her a deep look. He suddenly leaned over and kissed Su Qingsang on the lips. Wife, I realized that you actually have the talent to be a philosopher. Su Qingsang couldn't help but laugh as she glanced at him. I can't be a philosopher. I've just seen too much birth, aging, illness, and death. I'm just more open-minded than the average person. Hua Jinyao didn't respond. He thought of how Su Qingsang had forgiven Su Qinghui time and time again for the harm he had caused her. It might have something to do with her profession. After all, compared to life and death, everything else was really a trivial matter. Shiwei also wants to see that child. Why don't you arrange it? Okay. Su Qingsang didn't stay for long. It was still early, so she returned to the hospital first. Qi Shiwei had only seen Su Qingsang once at the Hua family's banquet. Now that she was looking at Su Qingsang in a white coat, she looked completely different from the dazzling beauty at the banquet, but she still couldn't hide her amazement. Su Qingsang, who was wearing a uniform, had an extra charm. Dr. Su, I've caused you trouble. Qi Shiwei calmed down and already knew her situation. Especially after Su Qingsang was taken away by the police, Director Sun thought about it and felt that it might have something to do with Qi Shiwei, so he came to the ward and explained what happened that day. It was also because of this that Qi Shiwei found out that Su Qingsang had been brought to the police station because of her. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. He only wants to be happy and doesn't care about other people's lives. I've implicated you. Her voice was very hoarse, and it sounded powerless. She also looked as if she would fall at the slightest gust of wind. Su Qingsang had seen many patients, but there were very few who could recover as quickly as Qi Shiwei and accept reality so easily. Miss Qi. You don't have to say sorry. This has nothing to do with you. If you want to see that child, I'll take you to see him. But if it's possible, let the child's father see him. When the time comes, you can speak clearly if you have anything to say. Qi Shiwei looked at Su Qingsang deeply. When her gaze fell on Hu Jinyao, who was beside her, Hu Jinyao nodded slightly. His meaning was the same as Su Qingsang's. She smiled bitterly, her face full of sarcasm. All right. If he wants to see him, let him see him. As she spoke, she picked up her phone from the bedside and pressed a string of numbers that she was already familiar with, but had once blocked. Very soon, Lian Jin arrived. He didn't expect Qi Shiwei to take the initiative to see him. This was truly a rare occurrence. When he saw Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao, he sneered. What? Did you call me over to settle the score with me? Su Qingsang looked at the man in front of her. He was not bad looking. He was tall and thin, and his facial features could be considered handsome. However, when he spoke, he looked at them with disdain, which made his face look a little more cynical, making people feel a little uncomfortable. Settle the score. Of course I have to settle the score with you. Qi Shiwei glared at the man in front of her. Now, just looking at this man made her feel disgusted, nauseous, and uncomfortable. Lian Jin, didn't you say you wanted to see that child? I'll take you to see him now. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she forced herself to get out of bed. She still had wounds on her body, and she had just given birth. Her body was very weak, so how could Su Qingsang dare to let her walk so far? She asked the nurse outside to bring a wheelchair, and she went forward to help Qi Shiwei sit on it. I'll push you there. Qi Shiwei was about to refuse, but when she saw the worry in Su Qingsang's eyes, she agreed. Soon, a group of people arrived at the morgue from the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital. Even during the day, the morgue gave off a gloomy feeling. Su Qingsang greeted her colleague in charge of the morgue. She pushed Qi Shiwei into the place where the bodies were kept. She had personally sent the child over, so she knew where to put it. She opened the drawer and gestured for Qi Shiwei and Lian Jin to come over. Lian Jin had always thought that his child was still alive, but he didn't expect Su Qingsang to really bring them to the morgue. Chapter 6:16. Hu Jinyao was still holding a grudge against Lian Jin for causing Su Qingsang to go to the police station. Seeing that he was standing at the door of the morgue without moving or going in, he snorted coldly. What? You don't dare to go in. Lian Jin stood there without moving. He looked at Hu Jinyao. His footsteps were heavy, and his heart was beating fast. Su Qingsang glanced at him, then firmly pushed Qi Shiwei inside. In fact, if possible, she didn't want to make this trip, nor did she want Qi Shiwei to see it. It really wasn't a good experience. She pushed the wheelchair in front of the poor baby. The child was placed in the big drawer of the morgue. After it was pulled out, it was covered with a black cloth. Su Qingsang glanced at Qi Shiwei, not sure if she was ready. Qi Shiwei didn't seem to notice her worried gaze. She just stared at the black cloth. Su Qingsang bit her lip and finally helped open the zipper. The child is here. Qi Shiwei only took one look and was stunned. She looked up at Su Qingsang, and her voice was slightly trembling. That's him. Yes. Su Qingsang couldn't bear to look at the child who was no longer breathing. She looked at Qi Shiwei. This is the morgue after all. Don't stay too long. Especially since you've just given birth. It's not good for your health to stay here for too long. Qi Shiwei didn't say anything. She just stared at the child. Su Qingsang couldn't bear to look at her anymore because of her expression. I'll pick you up later. After saying that, she took a deep look at Qi Shiwei and turned to leave. When she passed by Lian Jin, her voice was very low. This child is the child I delivered. If you don't believe me, you can go for a DNA test. Walking out, she looked at Hua Jinyao. Hua Jinyao nodded slightly at her, and then the two of them looked at Lian Jin. Hua Jinyao was still a little worried about Qi Shiwei. However, he knew that at a time like this, she wouldn't want him to be here to participate in her affairs. He more or less knew Qi Shiwei's personality. After glancing at Su Qingsang, the two of them left hand in hand. Although Qi Shiwei was already mentally prepared, when she really saw the black and stiff baby, her body couldn't help but start to tremble. This was her child. The child who had accompanied her and stayed in her stomach for 8 months. He died the moment he was born. He didn't even have the chance to see the world. The reason why the child's body turned blue was because of the lack of oxygen. Just as Sun Huiya had said, he had been in his stomach for too long, causing him to have difficulty breathing and eventually suffocating. Why did she argue with Lian Jin? Why didn't she come to the hospital earlier to protect the fetus? Why didn't she ask Hua Jinyao for help from the beginning? That way, her child might not have died. Of course, Lian Jin was responsible for this, but it was more of her responsibility. This realization made her suddenly lower her head, cover her face, and cry. Lian Jin had walked to her side at some point in time. He also saw the child. Even though he was a man, when he saw the child's pitiful state, he couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Especially when he heard Qi Shiwei's suppressed, painful cries. He felt more and more uncomfortable. After a long time, Qi Shiwei finally calmed down. She reached out her hand, unafraid of the child's blue face and already cold body. She reached out her hand and gently caressed the child's face. In order to come back this time, she didn't tell anyone many things. She only wanted to escape, but she was wrong. Now, she didn't want to be wrong anymore. Lian Jin. She knew that Lian Jin was an alias and that his real name was Shen Jin, but Qi Shiwei was already used to calling him that. Let's get a divorce. Lian Jin's brows were tightly furrowed. He stood there, his gaze landing on the child, but he didn't speak. Qi Shiwei didn't need him to say anything. She just wanted to say her decision. You want the child, but the child is gone. He's right here. If you still have a trace of humanity, don't disturb his path to reincarnation. What do you mean? Nothing. This child is mine. I'll bury him properly, and I'll find a mage to help him transcend. But all of this has nothing to do with you. Qi Shiwei, don't get me wrong. I also have a share of this child. You have a share. Qi Shiwei seemed to have heard a joke. She suddenly turned to look at Lian Jin with hatred in her eyes. Do you know how hard it was for me to keep this child alive? Do you know why it was so hard? It had been a long time since Lian Jin had seen Qi Shiwei look so resentful. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. You didn't stay in the United States and ran back to China. Of course it was hard for you to fly all the way here. Lian Jin, I hate how shameless you are. Qi Shiwei sneered. Do you still remember the day before I ran away? Qi Shiwei didn't mind clarifying. You locked me up, I ran away, and then you came looking for me. Do you remember what good thing you did? Lian Jin's expression finally began to change. Qi Shiwei turned her wheelchair to face Lian Jin. You raped me, and you raped me. You remember, don't you? Her voice trembled with anger. Because of what you did, I've been bleeding ever since. The doctor told me that I have a tendency to have a threatened abortion. Lian Jin, did you hear me clearly? All of this was your fault. It was you. Her uterus had already been injured, but it was treated so roughly by Lian Jin. This caused the fetus to be unstable during her pregnancy. She even had reason to suspect that even if she really gave birth to the child safely, the child's body would be very weak and fragile. After all, she had almost miscarried a few times and almost lost the child. All of this was Lian Jin's fault. How could he have the face to blame others now? Lian Jin stood there. His lowered face made it hard to see his expression for a moment. However, his hands, which were hanging by his side, were tightly clenched into fists. Qi Shiwei. She could have said it at the time. She could have told him that she was pregnant. But Lian Jin knew that in that situation, what was the use of saying it? Qi Shiwei looked at him and sneered. Lian Jin, now that the child is dead, you still have the face to tell me that this is your child. Lian Jin's face was a little pale. His gaze fell on the stiff and blue baby. He suddenly turned his face away, not daring to face her. Everything was irreversible. Inexplicably, things had come to this. Qi Shiwei looked at him coldly, feeling very disdainful of his evasive gaze. Her voice also became sharp and cold. Now, leave this place. Whether it's me or my son, we don't want to see you, the murderer. After saying this, she no longer looked at Lian Jin but continued to look at the baby. There was no longer any meaning in pursuing anyone's responsibility. Even if she pushed all the blame on Lian Jin, what was the use? Her child was already dead and couldn't come back. The temperature in the morgue was already lower than outside. Qi Shiwei had been staying here all this time, so it was inevitable that she would suffer from the cold. In addition, she was in a bad mood, so Su Qingsang was a little worried. In the end, Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao calculated the time. Su Qingsang came in and pushed her out again. When she went in, Lian Jin had already left. Qi Shiwei, on the other hand, had been staring at the child. Her expression was a little wooden, and her eyes were also red. The moment her body returned to the hospital bed, Qi Shiwei seemed to have finally recovered from her sadness. Dr. Su, thank you. You're welcome. These are all things I should do. Qi Shiwei's voice was a little hoarse. Although she hadn't cried for long just now, she had just given birth and had spent so much effort to scold Lian Jin. Her throat was very uncomfortable now. Seeing this, Su Qingsang quickly poured her a glass of water and asked her to drink it. After drinking the water, Qi Shiwei felt much better. She looked at Su Qingsang gratefully, then at Hu Jinyao, who had been standing by the side. Dr. Su, you're such a nice person. It's Jinyao's blessing to be able to marry you. The corners of Hu Jinyao's lips curled up slightly. He was obviously very happy with Qi Shiwei's praise. I also feel very lucky to be able to marry him. Su Qingsang's words made Qi Shiwei nod. Yes, they were all very lucky, unlike her, who had been unlucky from the beginning to the end. Seeing the change in her expression, Su Qingsang could tell that she must be feeling bad. After thinking about it, she tried her best to comfort her. Miss Qi, I know you're very sad and it's hard for you to accept losing that child. But no matter what, people still have to look forward. You're so beautiful and so young. I believe that as long as you're willing to walk out of it, you'll definitely have a bright future. Seeing that Qi Shiwei's expression didn't change and was still sad, Su Qingsang felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't have the right to say so much. But I really think it's better for you to let it go. What's more, you said that the child has been relying on you for several months. I don't think you want him to feel uneasy when he leaves, right? It was impossible for Qi Shiwei to get over it so quickly. Even her sadness couldn't disappear immediately. However, Su Qingsang's words made her feel a little better. Thank you, Dr. Su. You're a good person. As she spoke, she looked at Hu Jiniao again. You're all good people. You're Jiniao's friend. If you don't mind, you can call me Qingsang from now on. Okay, then don't call me Miss Qi. Call me Shiwei. Su Qingsang and Qi Shiwei looked at each other and smiled. Now, they had some admiration for each other. Qi Shiwei didn't say much before she started to feel tired. Su Qingsang knew that she was also tired. The ups and downs in her emotions weren't good for her current body. She told her to rest well and not worry about anything. She then gave some instructions as a doctor. She didn't say that Qi Shiwei couldn't have any more children. At this stage, if Qi Shiwei found out, the blow would be even greater. She then instructed Xiao Jiang to take good care of Qi Shiwei before she left with Hu Jiniao. By then, the sky had already darkened. Hu Jiniao held Su Qingsang's hand and walked in the direction of their car. Qingsang, thank you for today. He thanked her for letting Qi Shiwei see the baby and for comforting her. There were some things that a man like him couldn't say, but Su Qingsang's perspective was different. Thank me. Su Qingsang shook her head. There's no need to thank me. I'm a doctor. No matter who comes and who encounters such a thing, I will treat them equally. No matter what, thank you. Hu Jiniao could also tell that it would be difficult for Qi Shiwei to get over it in a short period of time. Moreover, there was a guy like Lian Jin. But no matter what, he could at least tell that Qi Shiwei didn't have any negative thoughts. That was enough. As for the rest, he could only leave it to the heavens and let the heavens decide. Yang Wenchang had been waiting outside for a long time, so he wasn't impatient. The two of them got into the car and the car drove out of the hospital smoothly. Su Qingsang looked at the street outside. The sky was getting darker, and the sky was getting darker, just like her current mood. No matter what, the departure of a life had more or less affected her. In fact, she really felt bad for Qi Shiwei. Don't think about it. This isn't your responsibility. Hu Jiniao saw that Su Qingsang was in a daze just now. He reached out and rubbed her head. His voice was very soft. You didn't want this to happen either. It's not your fault. I know. Su Qingsang rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She had been on duty for the whole night. She had been locked up for another half a day. This time, she was really sleepy. I just feel a little regretful. She felt a little regretful and a little sad. Every time she couldn't save a life, she would feel this way. Do you know? Our hospital, including the Lin City Hospital where we stayed before, is considered good. After all, sometimes we need to prove some surgeries. But some hospitals are actually very excessive. She had a classmate who was assigned to a local hospital after graduation. That classmate had said a lot of such things in her classmates' group chat. After some women got pregnant, because the man's family wanted a boy, they would go through an ultrasound to verify their gender in advance. Even if they were very strict, there were still some people who would take advantage of loopholes. After those people found out that they were pregnant with a girl, they would abort. The most exaggerated woman actually aborted 4 daughters in a row in order to give birth to a son. When Su Qingsang's classmate mentioned this, they were all very puzzled. She had also asked the other party, if that was the case, why did they still perform the surgery on that woman? Su Qingsang's classmate told her that if she was the one doing it, at least her skills were not bad, and the hospital's equipment and specifications were also up to standard. If they didn't do it for the other party and the other party went to a small hospital, not to mention that the technology might not be mature, even the facilities and equipment were not comparable to a big hospital. More importantly, if something were to happen to him, it would be terrible. Rather than letting these pregnant women go to other places to torment their health and even cause them to die, it would be better to do it on their own hands. Su Qingsang's hair stood on end when she heard that. She could only be glad that because of her excellent grades when she graduated, she had been recruited by Zhang Qiubai to the first hospital of Lin City, which was much stricter. Even so, Su Qingsang had seen a lot of similar incidents. There was once a pregnant woman whose fetal movements were not obvious when she was pregnant. But there were still fetal movements. The pregnant woman did not find any problems after several examinations, and then stopped coming for examinations for 3 months. Who knew that when the child was about to be born, she would find that the child was already dead? Su Qingsang had seen such things many times. But every time she saw it, she still felt uncomfortable. I must work harder to study in the future to improve my medical skills. I hope I can help more people. Su Qingsang's voice was faint, but it was filled with determination. Hua Jinyao reached out and held her hand. His eyes were deep, and there was a calming power in them. I believe in you. His Qingsang would definitely become the most outstanding and first-class obstetrician. Su Qingsang smiled because of his affirmation. She looked at Yang Wenchang, who was driving seriously in the front. Some things could wait until they got back. When she got home, Su Qingsang was tired and hungry. She lay down and fell asleep almost immediately after she ate and took a shower. She had something to say to Hua Jinyao, but she couldn't. She was really too tired and sleepy. When Hua Jinyao came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, he saw the sleeping beauty in front of him. Su Qingsang was sleeping soundly on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed with 2 beautiful red clouds. Her steady breathing showed that she was sleeping soundly. The slight frown on her face in her sleep made Hua Jinyao frown as well. Sitting down by the bed, he reached out and gently stroked Su Qingsang's eyebrows. She was sleeping soundly and didn't wake up because of his action, but her eyebrows slowly smoothed out because of his action. The corners of Hua Jinyao's lips curled up. He leaned down and gently kissed Su Qingsang's forehead. Su Qingsang fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake up until almost 9:00 the next morning. Because she didn't have to go to work, she wasn't in a hurry to get up. She looked around and saw that the bed next to her was already cold. It seemed that Hua Jinyao had been up for a long time. When Su Qingsang tidied herself up and walked out of the living room, she was surprised to see that Hua Jinyao was still there. You're up. Breakfast is in the kitchen. You can eat it after you heat it up. Hua Jinyao's gaze moved away from the screen in front of him. Or should I heat it up for you? No need, I'll do it myself. Su Qingsang walked towards the kitchen. There was indeed breakfast prepared by Hua Jinyao. After breakfast, she called Ling Fei. She was on duty today. She asked Ling Fei to keep an eye on Qi Shiwei. Although she knew that Qi Shiwei wouldn't do anything extreme, she wasn't in a good state right now. Don't you have to work today? Hua Jinyao reached out his hand to her, and Su Qingsang sat down beside him. It's Saturday. Saturday. Ha! Su Qingsang had experienced so many things yesterday that she had forgotten that it was Saturday. Hasn't your company been busy recently? Ever since Hui Yifan went to prison, it had affected the Hua family a little. The first was Hua Mingliang. He couldn't let go of the anger in his heart. After Hui Yifan went to prison, he didn't want to go to work. He was the department manager of Tianyu Group. If he didn't go to work, he had to find someone to replace him. It was easy to find someone, but the key was that Hu Mingliang said that he was only on annual leave. It wouldn't be a problem for Hu Jinyao to temporarily replace him. The problem was that a person like Hu Yifan had appeared. Even a large company like the Hu family was still at the center of gossip. Many people were discussing such a matter. A few people from their partner companies were supposed to sign the contract, but now they said that it would be delayed for a few days. The reason was that since Hu Yifan could steal their company's plan, it was inevitable that he could do it elsewhere. Wu Jinyao had expected these things and had also taken measures to deal with them. Therefore, other than the few days when Hu Yifan went to prison, he was so busy that he couldn't even touch the ground. The rest of the time was fine. The company's matters are endless. However, it's also important to accompany your wife. Hu Jinyao's voice was very soft and gentle. Su Qingsang moved away from his embrace and looked at his face with a hint of playfulness. Is it more important to accompany your wife or your ex-girlfriend? Qingsang. This situation wasn't right. He saw that Su Qingsang was fine just now. No, she was still fine yesterday. She was very concerned about Qi Shiwei. Why did his attitude change after a night's sleep? Su Qingsang sat up straight and gently tapped Hu Jinyao's chest with one hand. Did I say something wrong? Am I wrong? She tilted her face. Her face was red because she had just woken up. Her watery eyes were a little teasing because of the joke just now, which inexplicably added a sense of charm. No, she was pregnant, and she got divorced. It's not easy for her to be here alone. Most importantly, she had also helped him. Hu Yifan's incident this time, and why he could send Su Peijian to prison so easily. It was all Qi Shiwei's credit. Even if she hadn't saved his life before, Wu Jinyao would have taken good care of her. It's indeed not easy for her to have a big belly, so our great president Hu visits from time to time and takes good care of her. He hugs and hugs her, seriously. When she saw the care at the police station yesterday, even though she knew that the other party was using this to break down her psychological defense, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, no woman would like to see her husband show so much care for another woman. Not to mention, Hu Jinyao's concern for Qi Shiwei was beyond normal. Qingsang. Hu Jinyao reached out to grab her hand. Su Qingsang dodged to the side and dodged. She tapped Hu Jinyao's chest again. It's fine if you hugged and hugged, but someone even took a lot of photos and showed them to me. Mr. Hua, I want to interview you. How does it feel to meet your first love again after so many years? Wife. Didn't I tell you before that she was just a classmate? Just a classmate. Su Qingsang nodded. She's just a classmate, yet you hugged and hugged her. You sent her to the hospital and spent the night with her. By the way, why did you go to the hospital to look for me? Don't tell me that you missed me. You should be worried about your good classmate, right? Qingsang. Hu Jinyao wanted to explain, but Su Qingsang didn't give him a chance. She gently placed her fingers on his lips and spoke very softly. Chapter 617. Qingsang. How about today? Su Qingsang nodded as she spoke, her expression quite serious. How about today? It's rare that we're both free. The more she said, the more outrageous she sounded. Hu Jinyao pulled Su Qingsang's hand away, and while she was still talking, he turned over and pressed her under his body. Hu Jinyao. How could Su Qingsang be a match for him? In an instant, she was pinned under his body. The sofa was very spacious. Su Qingsang was lying on her back, and there was still a lot of space. Are you excited? Hua Jinyao squinted at her. There was a hidden danger in his eyes. Why am I the one who's excited? Aren't I fulfilling your wish? Su Qingsang put a hand on his chest and looked at his face. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Su Qingsang wasn't going to work, nor did she plan to go out. She was wearing a set of home clothes. Because of the action of lying down, her snow-white collarbone was exposed to the air. Hua Jinyao's Adam's apple moved up and down a few times. Thank you. Aha. Su Qingsang didn't realize the danger and nodded. Yes. Yes, I should be grateful to you. As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Su Qingsang's lips. Her eyes widened as she stared at his enlarged face. Woo-woo. You broke the rules. Hua Jinyao had a faint smile on his face, but his big hands were moving unceremoniously on Su Qingsang's body. Su Qingsang's breathing quickened. She hadn't finished settling the score with him yet. This person was really, finally, Hua Jinyao slightly moved away from her. She gritted her teeth. Hua Jinyao, you broke the rules. I'm thanking you. As Hua Jinyao spoke, his hand had already reached under the hem of her dress. Thank you with your body. You, Su Qingsang's voice was blocked by him again. She couldn't say the rest of her sentence. The following content has been censored for 5,000 words. For those in need, please follow the instructions at the bottom of this article. Su Qingsang lay on the bed, motionless. The living room was in chaos. She wanted to get up and clean up, but she didn't have any strength left in her. Looking at the time, it had been almost 2 hours since she finished eating in the morning. She then looked at Hua Jinyao. He looked refreshed, as if he hadn't been affected by the strenuous exercise. She gritted her teeth, feeling that it was extremely unfair. Speaking of which, he was the one who put in more effort, but why was he the one who was more tired? She turned over, but felt that such a simple movement made her waist ache. She couldn't help but glare at Hua Jinyao. He had already come out of the bathroom. His hair was slightly damp, and he was full of energy. He didn't seem to be affected at all. Tired. Hua Jinyao sat down by the bed. Su Qingsang rolled her eyes and ignored him. Seeing that he was about to kiss her again, she quickly put her hands in front of his chest. Don't come. She would definitely die in his hands if he tried again. Hua Jinyao kissed her on the lips. All right. Rest for a while. I'll have someone send lunch over. Auntie, you didn't come over to cook at noon. They usually didn't come over on Saturdays. After all, they went to the Hua family's old mansion most of the time. Su Qingsang blinked, as if she had thought of something. She immediately remembered. However, her waist ached, and she fell back. Hua Jinyao held her body. Honey, what are you doing? The sofa outside is so messy. Don't you want to clean it up? Su Qingsang was anxious. If someone came over later and saw it, it would be really embarrassing. Hua Jinyao was stunned for a moment. Messy? You. Su Qingsang poked his chest, and there was a hint of anger on her face. Go clean it up. Honey, just ask Auntie Yu to do it. No way. She didn't want Auntie Yu to know that they were messing around in the living room outside. It would be so embarrassing. Are you going or not? I'll go if you don't. Do you still have strength? It wasn't that he looked down on her, but she looked like she was half dead. How could she have the strength to clean it up? Hua Jinyao. Su Qingsang was furious. Who caused her to have no strength? She hadn't finished settling the score with him just now. Who caused me to have no strength? Hua Jinyao looked a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. Su Qing-sang poked him in the chest. Who made me like this? Who ignored her begging and wanted to do it again? Once wasn't enough. Why did he have to do it again? He could do it again, but he had to do it in such an unbelievable position. How could she not be tired? It was me. You still know it was you. Su Qing-sang grabbed his hand and twisted it hard, but found that she couldn't twist it. Instead, her hand hurt, so she had to withdraw her hand. Aren't you thinking about that ex-girlfriend of yours? You can go torment her. Hua Jinyao twitched his nose and moved closer to Su Qing-sang. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Do you smell a strong sour smell? No. No. Hua Jinyao moved closer to her face again. I smell it. It's so sour. This room is going to be flooded with vinegar. Is that so? Su Qing-sang pushed his face to the side. Since the room is going to be flooded, why don't you move to another place? For example, your good classmate's ex-girlfriend's villa. There won't be such a sour smell there, right? I was wrong. Hua Jinyao surrendered. He leaned over and kissed Su Qing-sang on the cheek. Wife, I was wrong. Seeing that Su Qing-sang turned her face away and ignored him, he reached out and turned her face back. Wife, you know that there's really nothing between Qi Shiwei and me. There's nothing going on. I don't know. I don't follow you every day. How would I know what's going on between the two of you when I'm not around or when I don't see it? Right? Su Qing-sang was unmoved. Hua Jinyao leaned over and kissed her lips again. Ever since I married you, other women have been air in my eyes. Su Qing-sang avoided his kiss. She had originally wanted to settle the score with him, but now she was being tormented by him. She was a little annoyed. Yes. It's air. The air that I can hold in my arms. Wife, Hua Jinyao hugged her body in his arms again and pressed his forehead against hers. Wife, I was wrong this time. I'll definitely stay away from her next time. No matter what happens to her, I won't help her. I'll let others help her. Is that okay? Screw you. Even he didn't believe what he said. She wasn't such a petty person. I didn't stop you from helping her. If you want to help her, then help her. Otherwise, I'll be the villain. My wife is so kind. How can she be a villain? Even if she's a villain, she's the most beautiful villain in the world. Sweet talk. Sweet words are also for you alone. Wife, don't call me that. Su Qing-sang's voice was a little hoarse. Speaking of which, she had originally wanted to settle the score with him. How did it turn into rolling in the sheets? Go, go, go. Su Qing-sang pushed him away. I want to rest. Go clean up the living room. Seeing that he didn't move, she glared at him. If you don't go clean up, I'll let you sleep on the sofa tonight. You don't have to be so ruthless, do you? Ruthless? Then you'll sleep for a month. Wife, speaking of which, that's a good idea. Su Qing-sang nodded repeatedly as she spoke. If you hug another woman in the future, I'll let you sleep on the sofa. Hug once, sleep for a month. Hua Jinyao's face fell. Wife. Are you serious? Quite serious. So, Mr. Hua, can you go clean up outside now? Go. I'll go right away. Hua Jinyao stood up and bitterly went to clean up the living room. Su Qing-sang looked at his back and suddenly smiled. Thinking about how Hua Jinyao would clean up the room, she kind of wanted to see him. But forget it. There would always be a chance next time. Su Qing-sang yawned and turned over. She was a little sleepy, so she went back to sleep. Su Qing-sang had to go to work the next day. When she got up in the morning, Hu Jinyao followed her. I'll drive you. He was the one who picked her up yesterday. She didn't drive back. Su Qingsang didn't object. She was much more energetic after a night's rest. After getting into Hu Jinyao's car, she suddenly leaned over to look at Hu Jinyao when she fastened her seatbelt. Will you take me to the hospital and visit Qi Shiwei on the way? Wife. For the first time, Hu Jinyao realized that Su Qingsang could be so petty. It's okay. Go ahead. I don't object. In fact, I'm going to visit her later too. Su Qingsang was indeed jealous yesterday, and she was indeed a little uncomfortable. However, after calming down, she wouldn't really take it to heart. With Qi Shiwei's appearance, it was normal for Hu Jinyao to visit her. It was understandable. Wife. Hu Jinyao stopped starting the car and looked at her warily. Don't tell me you're going to let me sleep on the sofa the moment I visit her. When he met Su Qingsang's gaze, Hu Jinyao was the first to lower his head. Wife, I was wrong. All right. Su Qingsang couldn't help but want to roll her eyes at him. For the past 2 days, he had been saying that he was wrong again and again. Those who didn't know better would think that she was very powerful. In fact, he was just apologizing verbally. In his heart, he might not even think that he was wrong. I'm not such a petty person. She's indeed in a special situation right now. It's only right for you to visit her. Su Qingsang's expression was very serious. There was no hint of reluctance or unhappiness. Hu Jinyao knew that she was just joking and reached out to rub her hair. My wife is indeed the best. Flattery didn't work. Su Qingsang glanced at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right, drive your car, Wang Yao said. The two of them went to the hospital together. Su Qingsang first went to the office to change into a white coat. She had to go on ward rounds later anyway, so she wasn't in a hurry to see Qi Shiwei. After Hu Jinyao greeted her, he went to the ward to see Qi Shiwei. Perhaps it was because she had completely vented her emotions yesterday. Qi Shiwei's complexion today was much better than yesterday. When she saw Hu Jinyao coming, she even glanced behind him. Where's Qingsang? She's at work. She'll come over later. Qi Shiwei smiled. Sorry for the trouble. Hu Jinyao shook his head and looked at the ward. Xiao Jiang wasn't there. The 2 bodyguards he had hired were very responsible to guard outside. Where's Xiao Jiang? She went to prepare breakfast for me. I originally said that I was going to the cafeteria to eat. She insisted that it wasn't nutritious and went home to make soup for me. It's my fault. Hu Jinyao had never taken care of a pregnant woman before, so he didn't know. I'll get someone to arrange for you to deliver food later. No need. Qi Shiwei shook her head. You've already taken good care of me. There's nothing wrong with me eating in the cafeteria. Hu Jinyao didn't argue with her. In any case, he would just ask Yang Wenchang to arrange for her later. Qi Shiwei knew that Hu Jinyao was a man of his word, so she didn't want to argue with him. Jinyao, it's good that you're here today. I have something to ask of you. What? Help me take care of that poor child's funeral. Qi Shiwei thought of that poor child and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have troubled you with such a thing. But my health is very poor now. It's very difficult for me to even go to the bathroom. Seeing the worry in Hu Jinyao's eyes, the corners of her mouth twitched. Don't look at me like that. I'm really fine. I'm just too weak. Qingsang should be aware of my situation. I just need to rest well and get my body well. Hu Jinyao frowned slightly, and his expression looked very serious. I don't mind. Leave this matter to me. I'll help you take care of it. Thank you, Jinyao. Although Qi Shiwei's voice sounded weak, the expression on her face and her entire body were strong. Although I don't want to trouble you after I return to the country. But I always seem to cause you trouble. The reason why she had handed the plan to Su Peijian was because she didn't want Hu Jinyao to see her pale, weak, and haggard appearance. Who knew that after going around in circles, he would still find out? She had troubled him so much again. We're friends. You're treating me like an outsider. Qi Shiwei nodded and didn't decline. I'm very relieved to leave this matter to you. I only have one request. My mother is buried in the West Mountain Cemetery. Let the poor child be the companion of my mother, if you please. After returning, she went to see her mother once and didn't mention anything about Lian Jin. She didn't want her mother to be in peace in heaven. Okay. Hu Jinyao was a man of action. In addition, today was Sunday. He called Yang Wenchang and asked him to make arrangements for the crematorium and the cemetery. These weren't too difficult. With money, they could do it right away. After contacting him, Yang Wenchang was also on his way. A car came from the crematorium and sent the child there. However, when Hu Jinyao went to the morgue, he was told that the child was gone. Hu Jinyao was very surprised. The child was still there yesterday. He didn't go to Qi Shiwei to tell her about this first. Instead, he went to Su Qingsang. What did you say? The child is gone. How was that possible? Yes. Hu Jinyao didn't understand what went wrong. Su Qingsang glanced at him. They were in the hospital. In a place like the morgue, there would be strange legends from time to time, but she had never heard of a corpse being lost. Wait a minute, I'll go with you to take a look. Today was Sunday, and there was only one doctor on duty. That doctor's surname was Gu. Su Qingsang asked for a long time, but Dr. Gu only said that he didn't see it. This was too strange. This morgue wasn't anywhere else. How could a baby's body disappear just like that? Dr. Su, I only started work this morning. If you want to know, why don't you ask Dr. Xie, who was on duty before? Or go check the surveillance cameras. Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao looked at each other and saw their own guesses in each other's eyes. To confirm it, Su Qingsang went to the security office again. She pulled out the surveillance video. Sure enough, they saw it through the surveillance video. Early this morning, before the hospital started working, Lian Jin first went to the ward to visit Qi Shiwei. Qi Shiwei was sleeping at that time. After that, Lian Jin went to the medical administration division. In the end, he went to the morgue and took the child away. The doctor on duty in the morning wasn't Dr. Gu, but Dr. Xie. So Dr. Gu didn't know either. When Su Qingsang saw this, she took out her phone and pulled up the contact list of all the doctors in the hospital. She called Dr. Xie. Dr. Xie had an impression of this matter. After all, there weren't many people who came to claim a corpse early in the morning, let alone the corpse of a baby who had died young. Dr. Su, that child was taken away by that gentleman in my hands. However, he had the procedures. He said that he was the child's father. He also showed us the relevant documents. Su Qingsang hung up the phone and glanced at Hu Jinyao. Qi Shiwei and Lian Jin's relationship as husband and wife hadn't been dissolved. Lian Jin was still Qi Shiwei's husband and the child's father. If he wanted to take the child away, Qi Shiwei couldn't do anything about it. Is he crazy? Su Qingsang couldn't understand for a moment. The child was already dead. What did Lian Jin want to do? Hu Jinyao didn't say anything. He glanced at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang thought of Qi Shiwei's pale face. How do you think we should tell her about this? Hu Jinyao also had a headache. I'll find Lian Jin first. Is it useful? He might not hand over the child at all. What do you think he wants to do by taking the child away? To be honest, even though Su Qingsang had seen all kinds of strange things in the hospital, this situation still made her hair stand on end. After all, it wasn't a living child. It was already dead. What was Lian Jin trying to do? I don't know. Hu Jinyao actually vaguely understood, but he wasn't sure yet. Don't tell Qi Shiwei about this for now. Su Qingsang's words made Hu Jinyao frown. She'll find out sooner or later. Of course she'll find out. But her body is so weak now. If she finds out that Lian Jin took her child away, I don't know what she'll do. If she's too agitated or her emotions fluctuate too much, it won't be good for her body's recovery. Su Qingsang didn't mean to lie to Qi Shiwei. However, she could hide it kindly. Use this time to find Lian Jin and ask him to hand over the child. Hu Jinyao thought about it and didn't object. Su Qingsang's words made sense. Qi Shiwei's current condition wasn't good. Let her rest well. It's best if I can find him. What if I can't? What if he found Lian Jin and he refused to hand over the child? Legally speaking, he did have the right to dispose of the child's body and make arrangements for the child's funeral. Then we'll talk about it after this month. One had to know that Qi Shiwei hadn't had her stitches removed yet. Even if the stitches were removed, she would have to do at least a full month of confinement. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it after she's out of confinement. Okay. Hu Jinyao nodded. He looked at Su Qingsang and suddenly reached out to hug her. Wife, thank you. Don't thank me. I'm just doing my duty as a doctor. It's not because of you. Su Qingsang's words made Hu Jinyao laugh. He rubbed her hair with a doting expression. Yes. You're a good doctor. She was also a good wife. As expected, Hu Jinyao didn't tell Qi Shiwei about the baby. When he went to the hospital to see her the next day, he only said that he had taken care of the matter. Meanwhile, he tried to contact Lian Jin to ask him what he wanted to do. Hu Jinyao searched for a few days, but he couldn't find Lian Jin. This was really strange. There was actually someone he couldn't find. He kept this matter a secret. Qi Shiwei didn't know anything about it. The child she thought had been properly buried had already been taken away by Lian Jin. A week later, the sutures on Qi Shiwei's wound were removed. He could go back to his home and rest. Originally, Hu Jinyao had arranged a confinement center for her, but now that there were no children to take care of, he sent her back to the villa. He and Su Qingsang sent it together. Hu Jinyao didn't dare to send Qi Shiwei off alone. It didn't matter if he was here to see Qi Shiwei or if he had something to tell her. They all dragged Su Qingsang to the scene. Su Qingsang couldn't help but laugh at the way he looked at her. She knew that he was expressing his goodwill to her and that there was nothing between him and Qi Shiwei. Even if he didn't do that, Su Qingsang wouldn't really be angry or do anything to him. After sending Qi Shiwei back to the villa, he asked Xiao Jiang and another new cook to take good care of Qi Shiwei. Hu Jinyao and Su Qingsang stood up and said goodbye. Unexpectedly, when he was about to leave, Qi Shiwei suddenly called out to him. Jinyao. Take me to see that child sometime. Hu Jinyao was stunned for a moment and glanced at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang received his gaze and turned to face Qi Shiwei. Shiwei. You're not out of confinement yet. You can see the child anytime you want. When you're out of confinement, you can see him again. Okay. After resting for a few days, Qi Shiwei's face finally wasn't as pale as before. I just want to see him. In fact, with my mother accompanying him, I believe he'll be fine. People were very strange. When there was nothing else to do, they might not necessarily believe in ghosts and gods. However, when a family member passed away, they wished that ghosts and gods really existed in this world. At least, that was a form of psychological comfort. After coming out of Qi Shiwei's villa, Su Qingsang glanced behind her. You haven't found Lian Jin yet? No. Hua Jinyao had a headache. He knows how to hide. Lian Jin was actually also from Rong City. He was very familiar with Rong City. In such a big city with a population of more than 20 million, it wasn't difficult to hide. Hide? Su Qingsang seemed to have thought of something. Do you think it's possible that he's not hiding? Ha! If he wasn't hiding, then why couldn't he be found? Chapter 618. No matter how much Lian Jin and Qi Shiwei didn't get along, that was still his own child, right? He might not have taken the child away because he had any dirty intentions. Previously, Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang had both thought that perhaps Lian Jin wanted to keep the child so that he could threaten Qi Shiwei. It wasn't impossible. But now, a week had passed. If he really wanted to threaten Qi Shiwei, or if he still wanted to use the child to hurt Qi Shiwei, there were clearly plenty of opportunities. If he didn't do so, didn't it mean that he might have gone to deal with the child's funeral himself? It wasn't that Hua Jinyao hadn't thought of this possibility before. However, there are only a few cemeteries in Rong City. If that's the case, there's no reason why I can't find him. Then what if he didn't bury the child in the cemetery at all? Before Rong City was reformed, it was also the oldest burial ground. There were only a few mountains around Rong City, and there were also cemeteries of all sizes. Some of them were even cemeteries with excellent feng shui that had long been circled by some aristocratic families. Lian Jin was from Rong City, so his family might also have such a situation. If that was the case, then he might have already buried the child. Hua Jinyao narrowed his eyes. He was only thinking about the cemetery, but he didn't think about the mountain grave. However, he touched his chin, and there was a hint of doubt in his tone. Why do I feel that he doesn't seem like someone who would do such a good thing? Not necessarily. Su Qingsang was a doctor, so she was more inclined to think of people in the best possible light. No matter what, he's the child's father. It's understandable that he would do his best for the child. Right? Hua Jinyao didn't say anything. Looking at the seriousness in Su Qingsang's eyes, he suddenly leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. All right. I'll ask Yang Wencheng to check the mountain graves in Rong City. It was true that Rong City was very big, but it wasn't every day that a funeral happened, especially for such a young child. It would probably be found out with a simple check. Su Qingsang nodded and followed Hua Jinyao to the parking lot, but she suddenly stopped. Hua Jinyao. Yes. If that's really the case, I'm afraid Qi Shiwei will take it to heart again, right? She wanted to bury the child beside her mother, but Lian Jin had disposed of the child in private. If they were really buried in some mountain grave, Qi Shiwei would definitely not agree to it. By then, the child would already be buried. If Qi Shiwei was unwilling, they would make another fuss. Why did she feel that Qi Shiwei and Lian Jin's relationship was even more difficult to sever? Naturally, Hua Jinyao could also think of what she could think of. Thinking of Lian Jin sending Su Qingsang to prison, his expression was uneasy. He really has a good plan. Lian Jin secretly took the child away with this thought in mind. There was probably another layer. He wanted Qi Shiwei to take the initiative to lower her head. Unfortunately, he underestimated Qi Shiwei's stubbornness. He was afraid that she would not compromise easily. When he met Su Qingsang's clear eyes, he cleared his throat. However, that naturally has nothing to do with us. Let them be. Su Qingsang smiled faintly and pinched Hu Jinyao's hand. I'm not against you helping Qi Shiwei. She's your classmate. She's helped you time and time again, and she saved your life. If she's in trouble, it's human nature for you to help her. It's also a sign of friendship. However, I don't approve of you interfering in the matter between Qi Shiwei and her husband. Qingsang. No matter how much Qi Shiwei and Lian Jin argue, they are still husband and wife. It doesn't matter if they quarrel or hate each other. It's their own business. As bystanders, it's better for us not to interfere. Hu Jinyao pursed his lips into a straight line. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere in the matter between Qi Shiwei and her husband. However, he didn't like Lian Jin, so it was fine for him to play some tricks on him. Blinking, he opened the car door for Su Qingsang. All right, wife, don't worry. I'll listen to you. Su Qingsang turned her face to look at him. Suddenly, she moved her face closer and met his eyes. Why don't I believe you? Wife. Hu Jinyao covered his heart with one hand. I'm so sad that you think of me like that. Do you think I'm the kind of person who meddles in other people's business? Indeed not. He was just a little petty. He would repay those who had schemed against him. Su Qingsang didn't dare to say the last sentence. Seeing that Hu Jinyao was still clutching his heart, she couldn't help but laugh. She went forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. All right, I was wrong, okay? My Mr. Hua is the most aloof. He doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, and he's the most magnanimous. Is that okay? Tisk, wife. If you praise me like that, you might as well not praise me at all. Hu Jinyao put his arm around her waist. He leaned over and kissed her on the lips. You're so reluctant to praise me. Wouldn't you rather not praise me? Why would I be reluctant? In my heart, my dear husband is wise and mighty. I'm very willing. Hearing that, Hu Jinyao moved his lips to her ear and said, if you're willing, how about we do it tonight? As he spoke, he actually bit her earlobe gently. Su Qingsang's face heated up. She looked around. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, she would be really embarrassed. Hu Jinyao smiled and leaned over to bite her again. I'm kissing my own wife. What's there to be afraid of? This person had really become more and more improper recently. Su Qingsang wanted to laugh at him, but when she thought that she was the one who made him unable to control himself, she felt relieved. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Lian Jin hadn't been found yet. Hu Jinyao took this matter to heart and asked Yang Wenchang to send people to look for him. However, a few days had passed, but there was still no news. It was as if Lian Jin had disappeared from this world. Hu Jinyao didn't believe that he would let it go just like that. If he really didn't pester her anymore, it would be a good thing for Qi Shiwei. However, he was afraid that he would take away the baby and have some bad tricks up his sleeves. If that was the case, he would have to guard against it for Qi Shiwei. Although he had promised Su Qingsang that he would not interfere in their business, he would not allow anyone to bully his savior. Yang Wenchang knocked on the door when Hu Jinyao finished a video conference with the overseas company. When Hu Jinyao saw him, he thought that he was going to talk about Lian Jin's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, Yang Wenchang stood to the side, but Lu Tongjia was standing behind him. Seeing that it was her, Hua Jinyao's expression didn't change. Thinking of what Lu Tongjia had said in the hospital, he still stood up. Yang Wenchang brought the person and left. The office door closed, and Lu Tongjia walked in. She seemed a little embarrassed. Hua Jinyao was a little surprised to see her standing there without moving. Lu Tongjia seemed to be getting more and more careful in front of him recently. "Mom. What's the matter?" These words were spoken calmly, and there was no hint of disgust. Lu Tongjia's heart was pierced again. She was Hua Jinyao's mother. Did she have to have a reason to visit her son? Nothing much. Why did she come to the company for no reason? Hua Jinyao raised his eyebrows and thought of something he heard yesterday. Uncle and aunt seemed to have gone to the prison to see Hua Yifan yesterday, and then they went to the old mansion to see Grandpa, right? Although Grandpa had said that he wouldn't interfere with him taking over the company and had even made a will in advance. What he meant was that most of the shares under his name were going to be given to him. However, Grandpa was also a person who cared about family. If Uncle and Aunt couldn't stand it and pitted their son, they would beg Grandpa. Grandpa would definitely soften his heart again. Lu Tongjia looked at Hua Jinyao in astonishment. You got someone to follow them. It's not really following them. I just got someone to keep an eye on them. Hua Jinyao's voice was indifferent. He signed the document in his hand and put it aside. They've tried to make things difficult for me time and time again. I have to take precautions and strike first, right? What he said was right. Lu Tongjia still didn't think that she was wrong. However, she wasn't here to say that today. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow? What's the matter? No. It's just that your grandfather said that you haven't been back to the old mansion for dinner for a long time. Recently, because he was busy with Qi Shiwei's matter, Hua Jinyao hadn't been back to the old mansion for a while. However, tomorrow wasn't a weekend. For his grandfather to say that, it might not mean that he really wanted to see him. Hua Jinyao looked at his schedule. Other than special circumstances, his daily work had already been arranged. I'm not free. He had an appointment with a company tomorrow night. In the evening, Su Qingsang said that she wasn't on duty and that there was a new movie that she wanted to watch. He had already promised Su Qingsang, so naturally, he wouldn't go back on his word. Speaking of which, there was a home theater at home. With his status, if he wanted a new movie, he could just ask someone and send it over. However, Su Qingsang liked to go to the cinema to watch movies. She said that she liked that feeling even more. In the past few days, perhaps because of Qi Shiwei's matter, he and Su Qingsang had been a little more intimate and casual. This was a very rare experience. He didn't get tired of interacting with a woman. Instead, every day, he wanted to get closer to her more and more. The more he interacted with Su Qingsang, the more he found her shining points, and the more he loved her. She was cold but not cold. She was smart but not stiff. She was kind but not blind. Other than occasionally attending his childhood gatherings, the two of them stayed at home and were busy with their own things. Occasionally, they went out on dates, just like lovers nowadays. This feeling was very subtle. The smile on his face was very shallow and fleeting, but it didn't escape Lu Tongjia's eyes. Judging from his expression, he must have thought of Su Qingsang. However, he sent Lu Tongjia away with 2 cold words. She sat there and felt her entire body turn cold. Is there anything else? Hua Jinyao took Lu Tongjia's soft words that day as a momentary lapse in judgment. Lu Tongjia didn't say anything. She stood up and walked out in a daze. In fact, tomorrow was her birthday. She hoped that if possible, Hua Jinyao would come to celebrate her birthday. All these years, because she didn't like Hua Jinyao, and because she hadn't recovered from the shock of losing a son and a daughter, she hadn't been able to celebrate her birthday for more than 10 years. However, Hu Jinyao didn't know that it was her birthday, and he didn't plan to celebrate it with her. He even rejected her with such a cold attitude. Lu Tongjia was filled with sadness. What she cared about now wasn't her birthday. She only cared that her relationship with Hu Jinyao seemed to be irreparable. Hu Jinyao picked up the documents beside him. Occasionally, he would look over from the corner of his eye and see Lu Tongjia's lonely back. His brows furrowed slightly again. What's wrong? Su Qingsang looked at Hu Jinyao and found that he was a little absent-minded. The two of them had just finished eating, and Su Qingsang was organizing the papers on her laptop. Hu Jinyao sat on the other side and took care of some work on his laptop. After organizing the papers and saving them, she found that Hu Jinyao seemed to be in a daze as he stared at the screen. She leaned in front of him, but he didn't react at all. She raised her hand and waved it in front of him. Hu Jinyao finally came back to his senses. I'm fine. He just suddenly thought of Lu Tongjia's appearance today. You don't look like you're fine. Su Qingsang looked at him, and her first reaction was to think of Qi Shiwei. Could it be that Qi Shiwei found out that Lian Jin took the child away? Hu Jinyao shook his head and looked at Su Qingsang. In the end, he casually mentioned that Lu Tongjia had come to look for him today. Your mother asked you to come home for dinner tomorrow. Yes. Su Qingsang pursed her lips slightly. Lu Tongjia rarely came to look for them, except for Hu Jinyao's birthday last time. Your mother looked for you just to ask you to come home for dinner. You don't believe it either, do you? Hu Jinyao didn't believe it either. I didn't expect her to think so highly of Hu Yifan. In order to plead for Hu Yifan, she had repeatedly expressed her goodwill to him and spoke gently and softly. Hu Jinyao admitted that he was a little uncomfortable. It was also because of this discomfort that he didn't think of showing mercy when he dealt with Hu Yifan. Su Qingsang saw the unhappiness that flashed through his eyes. She thought of Lu Tongjia's reaction on Hu Jinyao's birthday, but she didn't think that was the case. Su Qingsang confirmed her guess the next day. She called back to the old mansion. The person who answered the phone was the butler, Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing had been the butler of the Hu family for more than 20 years. Su Qingsang asked tentatively, and the answer came out. It turned out to be Lu Tongjia's birthday. She didn't say much and hung up the phone. Su Qingsang sat in the office and was a little lost in thought. Today was Lu Tongjia's birthday. She went to look for Hu Jinyao yesterday because she hoped that he could celebrate her birthday with her. Su Qingsang stood up and went next door to tell Sun Huiya. She came back, changed her clothes, picked up her bag, and left. After driving out of the hospital, Su Qingsang had a headache. With Lu Tongjia's status, she naturally didn't lack anything. As a result, she didn't know what to give. Moreover, this gift was given on behalf of Hu Jinyao. Su Qingsang thought for a moment and called Li Qianxue to ask for her opinion. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingsang's car stopped at the intersection of Wenhua Street. She got out of the car and walked less than 200 meters forward to the entrance of Gu Langxian. This was the largest antique shop in Rong City. When she had a gathering with Hu Jinyao's group of childhood friends, she had heard someone mention that this was opened by Wan Xianyang's family. She didn't plan to announce Wan Xianyang's name when she entered the door. She first looked around in the shop. In fact, she rarely came to such a place. Gu Langxian was located in the middle of a cultural street in Rong City. This was the largest shop on this street. There were 3 floors. It was designed to imitate the old counters in ancient times. There were all kinds of vases and ornaments on the antique shelves around it. Su Qingsang didn't know much about antiques, so she thought that they were old. The shopkeeper inside seemed to be entertaining guests. When he saw Su Qingsang come in, he didn't immediately come over to greet her. Su Qingsang didn't mind. She first looked at the antique shelf. She had already decided that if she couldn't pick out anything, she would call Wan Xianying. After all, it was just a thought. It didn't matter what gift it was. She took a few steps and stopped in front of a jade carving. This jade carving wasn't big. It was only the size of 2 palms. However, in such a small place, it was carved with the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Every immortal was lifelike, and even the magic artifacts in the hands of the 8 immortals looked extremely exquisite. This jade ornament was not bad, and it could be given as a gift. However, it didn't seem appropriate to give it to a female elder. "Do you like this?" A voice suddenly sounded behind her. Su Qingsang was startled. The familiar voice made her quickly turn her head, only to find that it was Zhang Yichen standing behind her. Seeing that it was him, Su Qingsang was greatly surprised. It had been more than 2 months since she returned from Sea City for disaster relief. It had been more than 2 months since she last saw Zhang Yichen. He had become darker and seemed to have lost some weight. "Uncle." Su Qingsang bowed slightly. Her voice was a little uncomfortable. "Why are you here?" "I have a few days off, so I came to visit the old master. Next month is my father's birthday, so I wanted to come here to pick out a gift for him." "Oh." Su Qingsang nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhang Yichen looked at the jade carving. "Do you like this?" "It's not that I like it. I just think it's very exquisite." Su Qingsang thought for a moment and told the truth. "I want to give it to an elder, but I don't think it's appropriate. If you buy it for yourself to play with, it's fine. If you want to give it to someone, it's indeed inappropriate." "Why?" She already had an idea, but because of Zhang Yichen's words, she couldn't help but ask. "This jade is not jadeite. If you want to give it to someone as a gift, it's better to give it to someone as a gift." Su Qingsang was really a little embarrassed. "I don't quite understand. Isn't it all jade? It's not the same." As Zhang Yichen spoke, he glanced at the shopkeeper behind him, then turned to look at Su Qingsang. "If you want to give it to someone as a gift, their good stuff is upstairs. I'll take you there." Zhang Yichen was obviously very familiar with this place. As he spoke, he led Su Qingsang upstairs. Su Qingsang looked at his back and wanted to refuse, but she really didn't have much time to slowly choose now. When she went up to the 2nd floor, she found that it was a completely different world. The storefronts below were dazzling. But the upstairs was of a different style. Different antique vases are placed in each of the compartments. But compared to the ones below, they were much more exquisite. Wan Xianying likes to play, but he has a good eye for antiques. His ancestors were in the antique business, so he's been influenced by them since he was a child. He's good at this. He rarely makes mistakes with the things he collects. "You can take a look." Zhang Yichen slowed down a little, glanced around, and seemed to be explaining to her casually. "Okay." Su Qingsang trusted the abilities of Hua Jinyao's childhood friends. Wan Xianying had told her a few times to come and take a look when she had the chance. She casually walked a few steps and found that Zhang Yichen had been about a meter in front of her. It was a good distance, a very safe distance. Well, it was a good distance. Su Qingsang glanced at him, then turned her eyes away and began to look around. There were many good things, but none of them were good enough for Lu Tongjia's birthday present. The Hua family had blue and white porcelain, ancient calligraphy, and paintings, after all. "What? You don't like anything?" "Not really. Su Qingsang didn't dare to say that she didn't like them. After all, every one of them was expensive. I just don't think it's appropriate to give them away. An elder. A female elder. Yes. Su Qingsang didn't deny it. Zhang Yichen looked a little serious. He glanced at her and said, "Let's go to the third floor." Su Qingsang wasn't surprised at how familiar he was with this place now. She followed him upstairs and found that it was even emptier. There were a few rooms inside. A waiter came over and greeted Zhang Yichen first. "Mr. Zhang, you're here. Should I call Mr. Wan over?" The waiter was very perceptive. Zhang Yichen had been here a few times, so he recognized him. "No need. I'll take a look first." Zhang Yichen glanced at the waiter as he spoke. "By the way, what can I give to an elder?" "Show us." "That's such a coincidence. Mr. Zhang, you're right to come today. Mr. Wan gambled on stones a few months ago and won a lot of good things. I just saw an honored guest off at the counter inside, and I've just finished cleaning up. There are still a lot of treasures left. Come with me. Lead the way. This way, please." The waiter was very clever. He led Zhang Yichen and Su Qingsang to a small room on the side. They pushed the door open and entered. There was a small counter inside. There were many jade ornaments and some antiques on the shelves on both sides. There were a few paintings on the wall. They looked old, but Su Qingsang didn't know much about them. She just thought that the environment was very elegant and well decorated. While she was still admiring the paintings, the waiter had already led them to the counter. There were some bracelets on the counter. There weren't many, just a few. Even though Su Qingsang didn't know much about jade, she could tell that the jade was of high quality. The waiter was good at reading people's expressions. He didn't introduce them too much. After introducing the things in the room, he picked out two of the roundest ones and put them on the counter. "Mr. Zhang, what do you think of these two?" Su Qingsang hadn't taken her eyes off the other jade ornaments on the counter. What the waiter said next almost made her choke on her own saliva. "Mr. Zhang, look at this one. It's full of water, and the quality is good. Do you think your girlfriend likes it?" "Girlfriend? Who was his girlfriend?" "I'm not his girlfriend." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.